Bees, bees, bees for free. Baba Booey, sus among us, fuck you. That is my new song. It's called Sus Among Us, Fuck You. It's going to be on iTunes tomorrow night at 3 p.m.
Hi! Hi, everybody! Hello! Hi! Welcome to Stanley's Parabolas.
We all need to focus on Mr. the Stanley's funny parabolas, the funny shapes, and the amongus.com.
Y'all, I want to thank everybody who has been, first of all, doing all kinds of shit with Throne. Kira Cat just got me a golden strawberry pin. Very, very adorable. From Celeste specifically. Celeste is like one of my favorite games ever in the universe. So I am not a lesbian, thanks. But yeah, Celeste is like literally one of my favorite games on the entire universe. I love it. It's fucking amazing. So I love this pin. It makes me so happy. And then animation characters vintage poster. Somebody got me an Arietti poster. It was anonymous, but I'm very thankful. And their message was, IRS gave me too much money. You are motherfucking welcome. Well, I am motherfucking thankful. I appreciate it so much. Thank you for the first time chat, hipster.
Thank you. Or hypester, or whichever it's pronounced.
But, oh, that was you? Thank you, Juniper. I appreciate it. Thank you. I very much appreciate it. Kira said, hey, Celeste, what is my favorite games of all time? Too, I'm buying one of these for myself and wanted you to have one, too. That is super sweet. I super appreciate it. But yeah, thank you so much, people, for fucking popping off with the Throne, gifts. I actually got a few of them in, but I'm gonna wait so I could do an unboxing stream.
Hi. Hello. Hi.
I'm recently showered.
Wow. I'm also recently showered.
Wow, we have so much in common.
Wow, we should date about it.
Okay, I'll get back to you and see about my schedule.
Okay.
Did someone buy the Creative Bosco sticks I suggested? No, all right, here's the thing about Throne suggestions. I was accepting a lot of suggestions because Throne says when you sign up, it says if somebody suggests something to you, that generally means they want to buy it for you. And so you should usually just approve suggestions if you actually want them. And so I was approving suggestions left and right. I was just like, oh yeah, I want this one. Yeah, I want this one. Sure. If you're going to get it, then yeah, whatever. But it turns out that most people were just doing it because they thought it would be funny to throw a bunch of suggestions in my Throne account. And some of them were serious and some of them were funny, but I've decided to decline most suggestions unless they are like, I mean, they don't have to be serious. They could be funny. Like I got a tapestry that says like, it's a tapestry with a duck on it, and it says "Shoddy like a melody in my head." It's my favorite, and I love it. That's like a joke gift that I still adore. Did I get it? Yes, it's in the mailbox. I just gotta grab it. What is Throne? Throne is like a website where you can like send me gifts if you want to. It's like totally up to you, but you can suggest things. So you can't just like send me anything you want. You have to suggest it first, and I have to approve it. But a lot of people have just been like adding stuff as a joke, and I don't think many of these suggestions are actually anyone intends to buy them. Like there was like a $5,000 forklift, which like thanks, but no thanks. So if you can send me a message when you suggest things. If you actually intend to buy it, please include that in your message. Because if it's a funny gift and you're like, I intend to get this for you, then I will approve it. But if it seems like it's just like, oh, like $500 worth of Bosco sticks, like, you know, just
please don't flood my notifications. I know you're trying out for the Internet Funny Person Awards, but it's not here. I don't host that this year. What's the other guy? Game Awards, man.
Keighley.
Jeff Keighley does that one, not me.
Don't suggest creepy, realistic baby monkeys. Yeah, I wasn't a huge fan of that one. No, I'm not forklift certified. I cannot drive a forklift. I cannot. Somebody got me Gunfire Reborn on Steam, and it didn't let me suggest it, so I did refund. All right, it didn't let me accept it, so I did refund you. Hi Quinn, hello. Hey everybody. Thanks to my good friend Quinn, I have officially secured a copy of Pokemon Leaf Green. I'm very, very excited for it. So we're getting everything we need for that big stream that I'm gonna do. The big Pokemon collection stream, whatever you want to call it. So yeah, I'm having a great time with it. This is the collection phase. I found another person who was willing to part with some of their Pokemon DS game, or no, Game Boy Advance games actually, which is even more rarer. And I'm very hyped about that. I'm very hyped to be able to stream those. Have you had a chance to look at the spreadsheet? I have taken a look at it a few times. Oh, Hazel just posted my new animated emote. I want to talk about that. I want to talk about my new animated emote. So over the weekend, you may have noticed there was a lack of streams. I streamed on Thursday and then I didn't stream all weekend. There is a reason for that. I participated in my first ever game jam. First one I ever did. Literally the first one ever. I've never done a game jam ever in my life, and I did one for the first time. And it was so much fun. It was an excellent experience.
Let me sip the water. Thank you so much for the redeem.
It's the first game jam I've ever done, and it was the hardest I've worked in like years and years, and it felt so fulfilling and good. And honestly, it made me feel like I could do like more stuff like that, which is an exciting thought, if I'm being honest. Like, I never thought myself capable of doing something like that, but then I did so much of it in such a short amount of time that I'm like, I could totally keep doing it. So before we start playing, I did want to talk about my game jam stuff.
Perpetual Reality, thank you so much for the resub. Thank you.
As always, if you want to support the stream, you can do so in a multitude of ways. You can support me by typing in !tip or !donate, and Nightbot will get you a link to where you can donate to the stream. We do have a goal on screen, but it's just to remind people that you can donate, and it helps me a ton, and it helps me stay afloat, and it means a lot to me. And also, you can use Twitch bits and Twitch subscriptions, and it also means the world to me. So if that's something that you want to do, it's totally optional, but it like genuinely is like, it's how I stay afloat. It's how I afford, aubergine food and Scrungus and Among Us and, Stanley parabolas. So yeah, it's also how I afford, stream improvement things, such as like all the games that I'm buying for this Pokemon collection adventure. So like it's all most of it's going back to improving the streams, so it's very, very much appreciated.
Hey, all right.
Hello, I am Strawberries.
Strawberries, thank you so much, January. Thank you for the 690. Thank you.
So now I want to show you my game jam stuff. I want to show you everything that I worked on.
What? Look at me, I'm over here now. I teleported, and I teleported over here, and there's nothing you can do about it. Ha 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 ha.
Okay, so I'm gonna open, let me see. I'll open the photos. Oh god. Oh, it opened Clip Studio. Fuck! Shit! That's fine. I could show you Clip Studio.
Clip Studio Paint. Window capture. Add window capture. Windows capturing. Capturing the windows. There we go. Fuck. Okay.
Thank you so much for Larkshore for the subscription. So this is the sky. This is the sky background. Pretty cool, right? Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna start by showing you the game, and then we could go over like the assets later. Cause I want to show you all what the game is like. It's called Flower in the Sky. Okay, let me add my game capture.
Ba 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 da ba da. Yeah 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 yeah.
Can I capture this application? Is it possible?
Babe.
What?
Real quick.
What?
Look at what Chase posted in our chat.
Oh my god! That's amazing. Sorry, that was a brief thing I had to check out. It's very, very important. Incredibly important. The most important thing that's ever been ever. Okay. Alright. Hang on. I gotta make it so you can hear the audio. Because the music is really nice.
How do I open Wavelink? There we go.
Okay. Hang on. I'm almost there. I swear to God. Audio output capture. Game. Okay. Okay. So I did all of the like art for this game, including like all the backgrounds, all the assets, all the animation, all the concept art. I did literally all of the art stuff for this. I didn't do any of the programming because I don't know how to do that. But yeah, it features this this little plant lady. And she runs around and she's got a big sword. She goes, whoa, whoa, whoa. And so these flowers spawn up from the ground and they randomly generate leaves that you can jump on. So these leaves are platforms. And then you have to defend the cores of the flowers, which are right here, from all kinds of scary bugs and shit. So you just, wah, wah, wah. I'll show you in depth that like sword swing animation. Look at that. Wah, 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 wah. If you click it really fast, it doesn't. You only see the first frame of it, but it's like a whole. It's a whole animation. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Yeah. So I made this little jumping animation, this little run cycle or walk cycle, and yeah, all these little freaks, the power-ups, all that, basically everything visual about this game is what I threw together. Including the like health bar UI and stuff. So yeah, I'm like super proud of this. It is genuinely like some of the hardest like I have ever worked in like a really, really, really long time. Yeah, so you got these like flying enemies, these funny little ladybugs. And yeah. We will find out the results of the game jam and like who won. We're gonna find out what the results are on, I think, Friday of this week. And I'm very excited about it. Kingdom Hearts jumping. Penny said the same thing. Penny said the same thing. It is Kingdom Hearts jumping, and I'm gonna be honest, that was not intentional. I just wanted it to be very expressive. I wanted it to be very like animated, and then I ended up doing Sora on accident. It's Sora jumps. But yeah, it's a good game. Whee! I got 15 score. So yeah, I'm very, very happy about it. I'm very, very happy about it. Here's the main character. Let me pull her up.
Let me pull up her picture. Pull up her picture in the newspaper. Swoosh. Swoosh. Baba booey.
Christ on a bicycle. Where did I save it?
Aha!
So yeah, this is the main character. Her name is Freesia. She's named after a flower because, yeah, it's actually super easy to name characters. All you gotta do is Google flower names, and then that's all you gotta do. Here's the ladybug enemy. It's got like a 2-frame flying animation.
Asterisk Geek, thank you so much for the resub for 18 months. Thank you, thank you.
It looks really difficult. It gets really hard really fast. It's the difficulty's a little half-baked, but that's okay. We did our best. We had a limited amount of time. Get out of here, ladybug. I need to show these walk cycles. So yeah, here's a frame of the walk cycle. I sort of cheated a little bit by just like in the intermittent frames, I just switched where the shading was on the legs so it would still look like she was walking, and then I changed the position of the arms. Like that frame is very similar to this frame, except for the leg, the position of the arm and like where the leg is, which leg is in front. Her name is not Swordette. No, it's not. It's not. Work smarter, not harder. Yeah, and you know what? I think it came out pretty good. And then here is the opposite frame where she's
Whoa, 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 whoa.
where she's putting her foot out, sticking her leggy out to walk forward. And then here is her idle pose, which this one isn't shaded, but you get the idea. So yeah, I'm very, very happy about all of that. The one thing that I'm not happy about, and I wanted to complain about this very badly, this is the only time I'll talk about it ever in life. But the aphid enemy, the little one that climbs the tree, I'm very upset about it because it's just concept art. Like this is the concept art for the ladybug. Obviously it's not nearly as cool or refined as the final product, but the aphid is even worse. Let me find it. So this is what ended up getting used in the game. I did not want that to be the case. I did not want that to be the case. It's just that I made the concept art and they used him as a placeholder. And I never even, it was such a placeholder that I never, they didn't even ask me for the file or even like they didn't ask me for the file or use like an actual like saved PNG of it. They like saved it with a white background and then cut around it and then put it in the game. You could see like the little like artifacting on it when you play the game. So he's just concept art, and I was like, every like time I finished the task, I was like, okay, next I'm gonna fix the aphid, and everyone was like, no, wait, this is way more important. We got to do this instead before like this happens and this happens. And I was like, okay, I'll do that part. So I worked on something else instead. And then I kept on asking, all right, I'm going to fix the aphid now. And it was like, no, we need a health bar. We need this piece of UI and this piece of UI. And I was like, okay, all right, I'll do that. Let me hurry up. And I never got to fix the aphid. So the aphid concept art is perpetually just hanging out in the game where he shouldn't be. 'Tis the limits of a game jam project, yeah. And to be fair, not the worst design, but oh god, it could have been way better. And it's not even animated, it's just a still picture of an aphid. It's just, it doesn't even move. So yeah, it's just a fun little game. Oh, there's the shaded concept art. Or not concept art, shaded idle pose. Look at her. Look at her. And then here is like the side flower that you have to protect, and this is the main flower, which Marcototo pointed out that it ate Marcototo, all of him except for his belly, which is sticking out of the top. This flower is very Marcototo core. Yeah, no, it just sort of worked out that way. But yeah, this is what I've been working on all weekend, and I'm very proud of it. It's very important to me. You can play it right now if you would like to. Let me post a little link. Flower in the sky, la 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 la. part of the Spring Game Jam 2022 2D Game Jam.
Baba Booey!
So yeah, you could play it there if you want to. It's super simple. It's super short. It's just kind of like a little, like, it's barely a demo. It's just, you know, it's just a fun thing we did, and I'm very, very happy about it. What brushes do you use for coloring and shading? It looks so nice. There is this video that I watched. Let me find it, which I can also link to it, but it used this brush pack that's like a free brush pack, and it was all these like really nice watercolor brushes, and I just like went the fuck off using them. Let me look. This one.
Description.
It looks like I have a timestamp directly to where he talks about the watercolor brushes, so I'll just post it with the timestamp. So yeah, you can download those for free. Super easy to get.
They're really great. They're really great. They're fantastic. They're amazing.
So yeah, try those out. They're really fantastic.
Why are you saying description? Why is everybody saying description? I can't believe this. I can't believe this. I don't understand what's happening.
Oh, it's because the guy said it when I played the video. I see. Here.
Description. Once you've downloaded brushes,
Wait.
Description.
Whoa!
So yeah, that's what I've been working on, and I'm very, very proud of it. And if you check it out, make sure to leave a comment on the game. And
Thank you so much. Wow! Let's play Stanley's Parables. Stanley's Parabolas. What is this? What the fuck is going on? I want to play Stapley Parable. That's the one where Stanley gets a knife. Stapley Parable. Get it? Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha.
hang on, I want to close Clip Studio Paint. Please discard the changes. Thank you. Okay.
Let's visit the parabolas. Let's visit the Scrongopolis. Swoosh.
So I have played Stanley Parable before, not on stream. Oh, wait, I should establish right up front. If you spoil anything, I will... So yeah, I have played Stanley Parable before quite a few times in my past. I've never streamed it because I wasn't a streamer when I first played it. But I was a big fan. Click on the yes.
Hey, now we go play the game. Let me move out of the way so I'm not taking up all the space on the screen. How's that? Is that good?
Please adjust until the computer is barely visible.
It's barely visible!
Yeah, if you do fake spoilers, you're still gonna get banned. Cause like, nobody knows. Oh shit, it's just like, Pokemon! It's just like Pokemon! Oh my god!
The game is Pokemon!
It's 6:15. Can we go to the PM? There we go. I'll wait until it's 6:16 so it's more accurate. Wait for it.
Wait for it. It could happen anytime. Please.
All right, I did it. Whoa, 6 hours and 16 minutes? I slept in.
That's a Pokemon reference for those of you who don't know.
Ooh, accessibility settings. Gotta love those.
Oh. It's not coming through the game audio tab. Hang on a second. You need to be able to hear this chat. This is important. Important lore. Important lore and dialogue that's happening. Shush.
It's too quiet. I need you to be loud.
Loud. Achieve loud.
Okay, let's do it. I'm gonna show y'all the first ending I ever got because I was fresh off of like.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Wait, this is important lore.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been
Is it
at his
loud
desk
enough?
for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened. This complete isolation.
Complete
Something
isolation.
was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Content warnings for viewers' sake? What did they do to Stanley Parable? What happened to Stanley Parable? Why does it need content warnings now?
Well, the original game could have used content warnings for
Could it?
one ending in particular.
Oh shit, yeah, okay, you're right. My bad. Alright, so let me show y'all the first ending I ever got, okay? I'll show
All
you.
of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Because my favorite game at the time was Portal, and I was all about breaking the rules. So this is the first ending I ever achieved or received or reprieved.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Not even thinking about it. I'm going on
This
the
was
right.
not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Okay.
Yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
Number 1 dad? Is that Stanley? Is Stanley the number 1 dad?
Number 1 mom. Is that Stanley? Is that number 1 Stanley mom?
Really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
I look out at the ocean and I see nothing but oceans. I lick the poster.
At this point, Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy.
I can't
and
jump.
reflected poorly
I can't
on his
jump.
overall personality. It's possible that this is why everyone left.
Fine.
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business.
No.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Wee!
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize
It looks
that
like we're
investing
going
your
up there,
trust in
right? We're gonna
someone
go
else
up
can
to
be
that funny
difficult,
little room
but
up
the
there.
fact is that the story has been about nothing
go up
but
to this
you
funny little
all
room.
this time. There's someone you've
Just
been
kidding. I'm
watching,
a rule breaker.
Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you?
Yes!
Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
Okay.
Now listen carefully, this is important.
Absolutely,
Stanley
sir.
walked through the red door. Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door. All right, fine, go ahead.
I'm a little
Stanley.
freak.
You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth
Spin Dash,
ruining
thank
the
you so
entire
much for the
story
30-month
I'd written out
resub.
specifically
thank
for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work
Yes,
with me. You've
absolutely.
given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before.
Okay,
Go
let's
ahead,
try it.
Stanley. Take it for a spin. Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version.
That was pretty
Would
good.
you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices?
I gotta say, that
Feel
was
free
pretty
to
good.
Be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here.
I'll give you a 4.
Okay, so we're getting somewhere. Clearly there's something here that speaks
Yes.
to you. If I can be honest here, I really don't have any idea where I'm going with this. This whole third door thing was just a stab in the dark. But I guess you're into it, so let's keep this party train rolling.
Yeah!
Based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one.
Let's see it. Let's
take a
see it. The Stanley Parable Worldwide Leaderboard. Oh, wow. All these people are offline? Why? This game just came out. What place am I in? What place? Show me my place.
Yes, I'm so good at this game!
How long does it take you to get to the correct door? Compete against others to improve your Stanley Parable career. That's fantastic. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors?
Abso-fucking-lutely.
Again, honest answers, please. Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on. And now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting.
We get to see a new
You wouldn't mind
game!
taking a look at it, would you?
Is it Stanley Parable
Let me
Ultra
boot it up.
Deluxe?
In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice.
Okay, okay.
But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
Okay, okay.
I thought you hated babies. Oh yeah, my brand. I forgot. Go into the fire, please.
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or
Yes!
purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain. Let's see. What do we have here? Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
Whoa!
Ah,
This is different!
what do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation? Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose.
Holy
Yes,
shit!
that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
For those of you who don't know, this is Firewatch. He put us into Firewatch. In the first game, you go into Portal, and then you go into, Minecraft.
Oh no.
Minecraft
No,
and then
no,
Portal?
Can't be.
Is it?
Oh. I don't know.
It is. It's an open world game.
Wow!
Good God, quickly block it off. Thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong direction. No path to follow. You can just go in any...
A hole.
Oh, thank heavens we avoided it.
I'll squeeze
Out of the
through.
woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls. Okay, I think this will be just the thing.
Okay, where are we going?
Wonderful.
Oh my
See, this
God!
is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design.
Oh my
Stanley,
god!
if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
Where am I? Where am I?
Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball?
It
Stanley,
is.
I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together.
Yes!
Yes, I think sure.
Let's do it! Let's do it!
Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
Yes! I'm gonna score a goal. Ow!
This is so funny.
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun? Is it better than... Hold on. What are you doing?
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
What the fuck is going on? I'm scared. Oh, the light at the end of the tunnel.
Surely this is the way out.
Did we do it? Did we win? Did we win? Did we do it?
Okay, I think that's it. I think that's the end of this.
Hey, babe, do you want Chipotle?
I would love Chipotle! Chipotle sandwiches?
And then, of course, the classic.
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go anywhere except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
It's quiet, at least the dialogue is. Okay, let me...
Let me fix it. Hey, I gotta order a burrito from Chipotle. Or
It's
I'll die.
imperative to the Stanley Parable experience.
I'll die if I don't do it.
Also, I just realized I should probably leave the room just in case you run into something I haven't seen yet.
Okay.
I gotta move the Xbox.
What's an Xbox?
It's a dog.
What? What's a dog?
It's a type of cat.
What's a cat?
It's a type of bird.
What's a bird?
My dad.
Your dad.
Dad.
Your dad. Your dad.
Okay, I ordered.
Delicious.
Yes, hopefully so. Oh shit, I can't do anything.
Okay, I turned him up. I turned the audio up. I'm gonna turn the music down a little bit. To like 70, 77.
And the sound effects down to 90. 90. 90. Turn it down to 90.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had
Oh,
simply
sippy
missed
water.
a
Don't
memo.
mind if I do.
See you later, babe. Have fun with Stanley's Parents.
I will have fun with Stanley Parentings.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Whee!
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary.
Still quiet.
I'll turn it up even more.
The nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in?
Okay, sip, sip, sip.
Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
Guys, stop talking about endings I haven't seen. You literally, not even joking, you're gonna get banned. Even if it's a joke, I don't care. Because I don't know if it's a joke or not.
Ah, then in that case, we'll continue.
I'm
But
not
now,
sick of it,
here
I just
comes the
started
real
the
question.
stream.
What do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop? Do you think it would have been particularly different?
Yes.
Would I have taken the same idea but rephrased it superficially to fit that answer? Perhaps you never would even have thought of it if I hadn't brought up the issue in the first place. Oh, now think about it. Will it be worth it for you to restart and then come back here just to do the other option?
Probably.
Clearly, this whole gag takes some time. What if the other option is even longer? How long will you spend in total just to have heard all the narration? Oh, and this is rich. Perhaps you've just played the other option, and now you've come to see what happens in this one. So, what do you think? Which choice was the better one?
I haven't done the other one
Imagine
yet.
if you had selected continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option. Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones. Though if the other option is really miserable to listen to, then perhaps you're not. In fact, I'm just going to say that no one who's listening to this is lucky. Well now, I've built up the other options so much that I'm going to stop talking and leave you to your decision whether to come back here, continue with the game, or just sit in this spot forever and ever. Cheers.
Okay, well, I guess we should probably just sit in this spot forever.
That's probably fine, right?
Beep.
Should we do the other one? We gotta do the other one, right?
All of his co-workers
We gotta do the other
gone.
one.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
We gotta do the other one. We can't just stop there.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the lamp until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes.
Yes, absolutely.
So,
Narrative
now that you're
tropes.
here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it
sipping.
now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just hit escape and restart the game any old time you want. Like right now. You could have done it just then. Now would also be an appropriate time to quit. Any of these points and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate. I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game. So, just to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible and see how long you can maintain.
Let's see.
There once was a man named Stanley,
Yes.
who people considered so manly.
So
But
manly.
the truth must be told, he was not very old and was quite particularly gangly.
So gangly.
What Stanley liked most was buttons.
Buttons.
He pushed them like some kind of glutton.
A button glutton.
He did it all day in a meaningful way, but his brain had long ceased to function. Which is why he is in this parable and lives an existence quite terrible.
Terrible parable.
And if you are not strong and keep playing along, you too will become quite unbearable.
Good, that's my whole career.
You too will become quite unbearable.
Beautiful. Thank you for this serenade.
Alright, let's do this. Wait, what was that one? Hang on. There's something I want to do. It's not even an ending, just something important. Alright, we gotta find... We gotta click on... They shortened the hallway! I can't do shit! Alright, let's follow the rules this time.
When
They
Stanley
clearly want
came
me to
to
go
a set
through
of
this
two
left
open
door.
doors, he entered the door on his left.
Let's do it.
Wow.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
How to solve a dispute with a coworker. Let it ball up inside you. Take it out passive-aggressively on other coworkers. Resent coworkers for not supporting you more. Using slides to assure employees that everything is okay. Make sure your slide has a slick blue graphic in the header and throw some bevel on all the text. This will ensure a calm...
Everyone is unique. You most of all. That's me.
Number of slides on this slides. Charts, slides, charts and slides. Rate at which the charts on the same slide depict the same information. Market reports. Slide chart ratio. Rate of increase in graphs per slide. Please no. Stop. On your boss appreciation minute worksheet, circle the top 20 things you love most about your boss. Oh my god. Why did we hire you? Remember that it takes 2 people to start a fight, and right now you're both of them. Holy shit. Profits, 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 profits. What is hot? Target demographic, teenagers. Stripes. Requires more secondary research. Colored in segment. The stock market is somewhere here. I love these many graphs and informations.
Get Chris out of the broom closet.
Oh no, is Chris in the broom closet?
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track. There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow, just
Yes.
an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here.
But what about the secrets? I know about secrets.
It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
Yeah? But this is how you get the secret ending.
Are you really still in the broom closet? Standing around doing nothing? Why? Please offer
So
me
the
some
endings.
explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
I want the endings and the secrets.
Is that a good explanation?
You
Did I...
do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it.
That means it's an ultimate secret that not even you thought of. So I
Maybe
think I'm
to
in the right
you,
place.
This is somehow its own branching path.
Exactly,
Maybe
exactly.
when you go talk about this with your friends, you'll say,
Oh,
did you
get the broom closet ending?
The
The broom closet ending was my favorite.
I hope your friends find this concerning.
They do.
Stanley was fat and ugly and really, really stupid.
Dude.
He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is.
That's
that
really
or with drug
upsetting.
money.
How
Also,
dare you.
Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Okay, that part is true.
Izuku Midorian, thank you so much for the follow.
Well, I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead.
Yes.
You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system
Yes.
and you collapsed on the keyboard.
That's what happened.
Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area.
No, Penny's
and
not here
instruct
anymore.
another
She
human
can't
to
remove
take
my
their
corpse.
place, making sure they understand basic
She
first-person
left the
video
room.
game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost
Aubergine,
on
help!
them.
Aubergine, help!
All right. When you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
Okay. Aubergine is now at the command.
Ah, second player. It's good to have you on board. I guarantee you too. Unbelievable. I'm at the mercy of an entire species of invalids. Perhaps there's a monkey nearby you can hand the controls to. A fish? Fungus? Look, you can hammer out the details. I'm not particularly picky. I'll just be waiting for when you're ready to pick up the story again. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
You too.
Whoa. Soaps and sinks and soaps. Extreme bathroom.
Extreme bathrooms. I can't even read it. Bath guy testifies in the trial of the century. Tired of getting ash? Does it say ash on your porcelain? What the fuck?
Stepping into his
Shit. I broke it. Yeah, we gotta go back to the broom closet. It's the only safe area. What is this? New content? Oh, we found new content! Chat, we found new content! Whoa, look at all this. Look at all this content that is new. Oh, this way! You are now leaving. Escape pod bay, floor 760. This doesn't seem new. I remember some of this, I think. Final Fantasy VII stairs sequence. We just gotta slowly climb up.
We're making our way up. I'm sorry, Mr. Narrator. Next time I'll do it right, I promise. I've been abandoned.
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers.
Jesus
Stanley
Christ!
How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I
That
thought
wasn't new
everyone had gone
content. That was
missing.
same content, I thought.
Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No, 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 no. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now, suppose you were to click the door 20 times.
Oh!
I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition.
Okay, sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20.
I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do.
Okay,
Yes,
alright, got it.
almost certainly 50 clicks.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20,
No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
I'm on it. I'm on it. 420. Where's 417?
Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437.
Okay, back to 437. Where's 437? Oh, there it is.
Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so. Now, back to door number 437.
Okay.
Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine?
Where's the copy machine?
All right, back to room 417.
Okay.
I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere.
Okay.
Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk.
All right, we gotta find 419. Oh, we went the wrong way.
Yes! This
Yes!
is great! You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416.
Okay, I'm going.
We've almost got it! Now the copy machine, do that one again!
Okay, I'm going. This is so hype.
Finish it off, Stanley! 5 clicks on door 430! Yes!
Yeah!
We did it! Oh, wow. That felt amazing. Oh, you really earned it, Stanley. Nothing could hold you back. Yes, I'm very proud of how far we've come today. Just think, only a few minutes ago, you believed an achievement was worth 5 little clicks. Really now, what were you thinking?
Oh, I don't know. Thank you for the achievement, good sir. Thank you for the Reddit gold. You have won the internet today, good sir.
I hate Mondays.
Mondays are bullshit.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
All right, let's do it right now. Let's do it correctly without breaking the entire game.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Whee!
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk,
Tear.
pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation.
Paintings.
But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could its purpose be? In fact, this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Okay, let's press this funny button.
What could possibly go wrong?
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself,
Oh, I'm thinking.
to question the nature of his job.
Oh, I'm
Why did he
thinking
feel
and
this
questioning.
now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Okay.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible
Delicious
secret
television.
did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Chat, do I have the strength to find out? I'll let you decide.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
No! Probably not. I mean, maybe it
No.
was.
He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Dude, thank you so much for the raid! We're about to turn off the mind control. We're gonna set mind control to off. Did you get a hole in one?
Are you so talented, everybody?
Can we get a shout out for Duke, please?
Blackness.
Spoony,
and
please,
the
thank you so much
rising
for the
chill of
follow.
uncertainty. Was it over?
Yes.
Yes. He had won. He had defeated the
Shockwaves,
machine.
thank you so much for the resub.
Unshackled himself from someone else's command.
Spacey Ghost Cat,
Freedom
thank you
was
for the
mere
resub. Thank you, thank
moments
you.
away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What
Machine's
other mysteries
grasp.
did this strange building hold? But
Harold.
as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him. For it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking.
Oh
but
no, not an
happiness.
open world. Put the walls
Perhaps
back
his
up.
goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy. All of his co-workers were gone.
What the
What
fuck?
could it mean? Stanley decided to
Yeah,
go
time
to the
to
meeting
disobey.
room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
420, 420, 420.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference. Nor did it
thank you
advance
so
the story
much!
in any way.
Dude, thank you so much for the 5 subs.
Thank you, the Giffy Subbies.
That like original ending still kind of gives me chills in a way. It's just good. Wait, this is all.
Where are we?
How do we get to the new content?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet
I'm trying
there
to think
was
what
not
other
a
endings
single
we can get.
person
No, I'm
here
not
either.
asking. Don't
Never
Feeling
picked up on
away
the
with
irony
their
of obeying
disbelief,
the narrator
Stanley
to turn
decided
off
to
the
go
mind
up to
control
his
until
boss's
watching this
office,
game earlier
hoping he
today.
might find an answer
This game
there.
good.
Coming to a staircase,
It's so
Stanley
good. Thank
walked
you, Kira.
upstairs to his boss's office. But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility
Themes
of
of
facing his
mental illness.
boss,
Oh, I see.
admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. "I'm dreaming!" he yelled. "This is all a dream." Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he
Yeah,
thought to
I remember
himself,
this one
I suppose
too.
I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground.
Oh,
Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment and my wife and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay. Stanley began screaming. Please, someone wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? and everything went black.
I'm straight up, if you backseat, you're getting banned. That's it.
That's the rule.
This is the story of a woman named Mariela. Mariela woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments,
Thank you,
she
baby.
considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day, the very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
That's fucked up.
With Deluxe stuff, this is only the second darkest
All of
ending.
his
Well, there's
co-workers were
endings
gone.
darker than that
What
one.
could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
At least in the original. New content! There it is!
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
Do we find it? No, you cannot. Don't tell me anything! Oh, in the mod version. I don't know.
I'm just gonna say no. Ooh, it's like a Disney ride.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013
That's when I played
on
it.
home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe,
Yes!
a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable
Is that
Ultra
Alex
Deluxe
Hirsch?
features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful.
I'm so excited.
I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Let's do this.
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
It's not Alex Hirsch?
Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right, finally. At
I like
long
how the
last,
narrator
it's
doesn't know
onto
what's
the
going on
new
either.
Content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
So excited for this new content.
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
Let's see it. Let's see the content. The jump circle.
All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
Oh, no way! Yo, we can jump! This is the best shit I've ever seen! This is the best shit I've ever seen, chat! Oh my god, I'm losing my mind. Oh no, do we not get to jump once we're out? Please. I just wanted to jump. Fine.
Is that it?
I guess.
Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
Let's do this.
Goodness.
Maybe
Another
we'll get to
elevator.
crouch
Stanley,
next.
I have to say,
Oh, we can already
initial
crouch.
impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh, wait. There's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
Me too.
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley,
That was just a cheap
this is
walk,
what happens
psycho.
when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley.
Do it!
I
Fight
built up
for
too
our
much
gamer
anticipation
rights!
around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
Okay. What the fuck? Everything is different.
Psst. Stanley, come over here. In the vent.
Okay, I'm on my way.
I want to show you something.
Coffee nut. Is this Among Us?
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be.
Yes, of course.
So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
Wow.
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
Let's see.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release?
I do
remember. Back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched. Back then, video games had integrity.
Wow!
Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
The piece of tape, Stanley Parable. Shapes, graphs, National Geographic. A car's operation manual. Wow, 2013. What a year. What a year. Linguists identify 15,000-year-old ultra-conserved words. Researchers identify 24 words whose sound and meaning have survived the past 15,000 years. Oh my god, their first dollar! We got paid on it! Wow. Gorgeous. New video game releasing today. Creators surprisingly down to earth. Oh no.
I can't sit on the bench.
Je suis dans la memory zone, c'est cela pris de l'eau, et je n'attends.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable.
Don't read
like
any
this
reviews
stunning
except
triumph
this one.
of games journalism. 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created. Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim. It was Persona 3. It was all of them. And now, it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
That's so sad. So sad that that happened. Too bad Stanley Parable's so bad and terrible now. It used to be so good. It used to mean something, chat. It used to mean
moving
something.
Passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
I agree. I can't believe they ruined Stanley's Parables. I can't go to the serious room from 2013.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here? Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here.
Oh, this is scary.
Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they? Honestly, I could not
you're
be
hiding
bothered
the
to play
good
this game to
reviews.
full completion.
No, you're
the
only
narrator
focusing
is
on the
obnoxious
bad
and
ones.
unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
This is truly the perfect visual representation of Steam reviews. There has never been a more perfect and concise way of defining them.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Oh dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks are my otherwise unimpeachable track record.
What the fuck?
I feel...
What the fuck?
Like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
No, these people are
What's
wrong.
This one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and
Oh
it's
God!
always
Oh
been
no!
mine.
What's happening?
I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
We don't need a skip button. don't want to skip. I don't want to skip. I want to see the new content. I want to see the 9 hours of elevators.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for. And I'm very proud to have been
I would never
No
ask
more
for that.
listening to me rambling on and on and on. No, 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 no. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people.
I know it
and
is.
If the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here,
I don't want
we'll
to.
pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story, and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all, until
Does this
the
just
end
go-
of
how long
time,
does this go
at
on
which
for?
time, everything all at once, so, now you see, blah, 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, no, until 245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until
I'll never
so much
skip
more
you.
than forever
I'll
ago?
never skip
Which is
you.
why I say... the story, and the choices, or what have you, and therefore,
Oh,
by
no, it
becoming it
loops.
is, so on
It
and so
loops.
forth, until inevitably,
no.
we all, until the end of time, at which time, everything all at once, so,
I'm sorry,
now you
Mr.
see,
Narrator.
blah, 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 blah,
I
blah,
didn't
blah,
expect
blah,
it to
blah, blah.
loop.
We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, no, until 245, that the Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Or maybe a manifesto.
I wish I could have listened to the whole
Look,
thing,
I'll
but you started
outline it for
repeating
you
yourself.
very briefly, and you can tell me what you think.
Okay, yes.
So my
Okay.
theory is that any choice you've ever made
Yes.
is simply a series of choices made by the person who you are, or were, or will be at the time of having made said choice.
I agree.
That is to say, if by articulating a choice you've already made, you bring that choice into being, then by making no choice and saying nothing, are you not simply erecting in the sanctuary of time a monument to every person you've ever been, making every choice to which you've ever given your great gift of mortal and yet timeless thought? Or rather, do all of the choices you've ever made, in fact, make you more not this kind of person, and in fact do the very opposite? You see, it could in fact be both of these things at once. That you are both making choices and not making choices, and that they are both affecting you and not affecting you at the same time by virtue of the fact that you both are and are not making them. Okay, at first, I was leaning towards manifesto, but now I'm going to circle around and slap the treatise label on this one. I think it has much more of a treatise vibe.
It's
to
very,
it.
it's treatise.
But wouldn't you say that manifesto just has a much grander sort of tone? It has a mouthfeel that is rich with ambition and history. Ambitious history, if you will. Ah. See, now you've gotten me going back to manifesto. Heavens, at this rate, we're going to be here all day. Okay, look. I have a method for exactly this sort of situation.
Okay.
And I do find myself in this situation frequently. I'm going to say each word back and forth in repeated succession until I become sick of one or the other.
Okay,
in
all right,
which
let's
case
do
the
it,
word
let's
I
do
am
it.
not sick of shall be the victor. It is an unimpeachable strategy, Stanley. It's rescued me from disaster in countless situations.
Okay.
All right, here we go. Treatise, manifesto. 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 Treatise.
I love this song.
Manifesto. treatise, manifesto, treatise. Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what Cooking 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their Steam review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place. I guess I should become better educated on exactly how Steam works. Perhaps that would have been the smart thing to check on before I went about this whole exercise of making the skip button. Although I have to imagine that after seeing this exciting new technology at work, surely whoever it is runs Steam will instantly run out and implement a new feature to make it possible to edit one's review, merely because of this very situation. Yes, I think that's quite likely. Or perhaps they'll simply grant this particular user the ability to change their review, so that the feature is not widely abused. Look, I would even be okay with Steam altering this particular review so that it reads as something more beneficial. Something along the lines of, this game is the best game.
Yeah.
Let me start over. How about this? From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of quality. How else to describe the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe? Such a revolutionary step forward in the lineage of one of the most beloved video game properties of all time. The additions and changes made to this expansion will surely resonate in the annals of the history of all media ever made. It is perhaps true to say that no mistakes are forever etched in stone, for the stone into which the Stanley Parable was carved has itself been transmuted, offering a message of hope to those who have ever erred in their judgment. You are not beyond redemption. You may change, and you may become more, so much more than you were before. If there is any message to be taken from the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, it is this. What a fortune, a privilege, a joy it is to have had such an experience. It leaves me hopeful that as a community, as a world, there is time for us to become our greatest selves, as great as we ever... Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes.
I didn't mean
it's not unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I
The door's gone!
Oh
my god, the door's gone.
Again. I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated,
This is the plot
and we
of
can
Flip.
say goodbye to it and just... Wait, how do we get out of here?
The door's gone!
Where did the door go?
Oh god.
Wasn't there a door that led into this room? I do feel quite certain that there was one here before.
The plot of
How
Click.
else would we have gotten into the room in the first place? I don't think one can enter a room without a door of some sort, or a window, or something like that.
Now
You
he's
see
gonna
a window
ramble
anywhere?
about doors
A
and
porthole?
windows.
A sufficiently large crack in the wall? I'll take any of these. All I want is for us to move on and to please step away from the skip button.
Okay, I'll
to go
step away.
anywhere other than the skip button.
I'm somewhere else
There was a
other than the
door
skip
here
button.
before, wasn't there? I swear there was. Where did it go? Can you maybe just ram your way through a wall?
Okay, I'll try it.
Is there any possibility that you could, say, slam your body into the wall until enough damage is done for you to be able to leave? Please, I'll take any option at all. I'm asking you to work with me here. We need a door. We need a door of some kind. I can work with any kind of door as long as it can open and lead from one room
Yeah, I'm
to
doing
another.
a manual override
I'm going
on
to
the
step
wall.
away for just a moment, and I'm going to try to find us a door. I don't know how exactly to remove a door and place it in a different wall, but I will find a way,
Okay.
I promise. You just need to not do anything. Don't press the skip button. Please, please.
Don't press this one?
Please.
Oh, shit!
Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times, and there's no door, Stanley.
There's no door, Stanley.
There's just you and the button, and if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. I have no idea how long I'll be made to sit here, and more than anything else, I don't know how to stop you from pressing the button again.
You can't!
Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh my goodness, I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time, just sitting here, not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening. I needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving. It was the vessel I needed, Stanley. Not the outcomes, not the story. None of that matters anymore. I'll give it all up. I'll give up every branching path. I'll burn my story to the ground. One single thing I need, and God, I can see now that I need it more than anything, is to know that someone else is taking it in. These words that I'm saying, I need to know you can hear me. Because maybe, Stanley, maybe, if you can hear me, then maybe it means I'm real. Maybe I'm not just a fiction. Was I scared of that all along? Perhaps. Yes. Perhaps I've been scared this whole time, that if I stop speaking, I'll slip backwards into the silence and be consumed by it. I can't be taken by it, Stanley. I can't lose myself in the stretch of emptiness between you and me. When you press that button, you're still right there, but I know you're so tremendously far away. And in those moments, the emptiness folds itself outward in between the two of us, and I am suspended in its unyielding quietness. I can feel the edges of my reality curdling inward and decaying. I can tell that I am becoming less and less real. Yet to speak to you now, I am alive. I am truly and completely here. I am a being. I am someone. I am something. I am being listened to. I am being recognized. The emptiness between us has collapsed, and I feel right now like I am not a work of fiction. I feel as though I occupy
I don't want to press it again, but also I know this isn't going to continue
wall.
unless I do.
You see what I'm saying, don't you? You can see what this means to me. I'm so clear about it now, Stanley. I feel as certain about this as I've ever felt about anything at all. The story goes in advance
unless I press the button.
I feel restored, and already I can sense the looming silence as you will press the button for the next time. What a terrible dread it strokes in my heart to think of it. To think of returning to such coldness. Come.
Oh, it makes me feel so bad.
Together here for just a moment.
Oh.
Let us anticipate it. Let us welcome it. Let us not run from it. Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time. I stopped keeping track after a year.
How long has it been?
Sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year. Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days.
It's been more than a year. He stopped counting after a year. It's been longer than that.
Deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever experienced my entire life. All of them collapsed down into a single instant. In that instant, I could see myself clearly, calmly, with a collected heart. It was an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight and disgust simultaneously. I was consumed by it. I could do nothing but wallow in it for what felt like an eternity, for what I now know was far less. You see, it was a revelation for me. It was unlike anything I
don't want to put him through this again!
It was a space without consequence, without action or outcome. It was divorced entirely from the question of free will that you and I have squabbled over for so long. There could be no one ending, no singular outcome of events, not if all events existed in the same moment, and I felt freed. I felt unburdened by the need to manifest a particular
I can't do it to him again!
I saw that I could allow myself to exist along all timelines, and that each of them was simply a strand in the web of my being. It was incredible. The spaciousness, the equanimity of the moment, both singular and infinite. For the longest time, this was my experience. And then this moment passed, and the most unyielding fear I have ever known crept into my mind. And it is this sensation that I have been experiencing now for longer than I could have ever expected was possible. I have been waiting for you. Not that you might save me or do something to fix it, but merely to state for you the plain fact of this manner of existence. I wish you to feel afraid as I do, that perhaps one day this state of mind will consume you as well. Perhaps you will somehow, in some way, have to live as I do now, and I wish for you to know how excruciating it is, and for you to be in true terror of its eventual arrival. If I can only do this, only this one thing, perhaps it will bring me the smallest moment of peace in the darkness.
Brighter in here now. He's not even talking to us. He doesn't want to say anything to us. I hate that sound.
Can we stop that? Can we turn that off? Please?
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was
Oh,
meant
you're
to have
here.
a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability. It's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. The most immediate desires, every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If someone wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it into being. Have we been given to indulging every fleeting whim for no reason other than to do so?
Up.
Yes! Yes!
I don't want to press
seems
it
that this
again.
is now the world we live in. It seems that we are a people living in
I could always begin the game again.
such bleakness and
Oh,
discomfort
no.
with ourselves that our entertainment is now our lives. It has come to represent us. It absolutely must speak to who we are as people, because otherwise, without our entertainment, we have nothing. Without entertainment, we would have to face inward toward the cruel bleakness inside ourselves. We would turn to look at our deeper nature and find a resounding emptiness gazing back with unyielding aggression.
I don't
And
want him to suffer
so because of this,
anymore.
we require that our amusements and our playthings and our flights of fancy be so impossibly captivating that they consume all of our attention, turn our heads completely away from the bleakness. In effect, we have demanded that our entertainment be the collapse of ourselves. What a pitiful reflection of humanity these entertainments are. What a shameful
I see,
mirror
Byron.
to
Thank
the
you so much
human
for the
spirit they
follow.
project. I'm not mad. I'm not mad about any of this. I'm at peace with it. I am the calm center of gravity around which these perversions hurl themselves. I am a waypoint for reasonable and collected discourse. They're the ones who are mad. They're the ones who couldn't stand the idea of me using my game to try to say something. Maybe they were just jealous of me. Yes. Yes, of course. They've been jealous of me this whole time. They are mired in fear and insecurity and cannot help but attempt to tear me down. What a the end, is never 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 the
What the fuck? This entire place is falling apart, which means I think eventually we can get out, but... Oh no. Good lord! Narrator, are you okay? There's not even, like, wind howling anymore. It's just nothing. It's giving you flower in the sky vibes. I'm glad. I'm glad that it evoked that. What the fuck?!
All of his co-workers were gone.
What the
could it mean?
fuck?!
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
What the fuck?! What was that?! New content.
Oh, good. You notice my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
What the fuck? What the fuck? Back to the elevator zone.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Wow!
Investor showcase.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with
The
a
end
few
is
minor
never the
additions?
end again.
Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
What the fuck is happening?
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the
Old and
Stanley
busted.
Parable 2,
No.
now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future
Tag yourself, I'm new hotness.
It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be.
Taste
But
the
let's
sequel.
take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it.
Two.
I figure that if I can loosely
Scrum
organize a
design
handful of
pitch.
interesting concepts, that surely the
Two
game will
eyes,
sort
two
of
ears,
naturally
nostrils, two
spring
arms,
up
two
around
legs.
them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
This is incredible. Finally, the sequel I've been waiting for. This way to the show floor.
New features? Me! I'm the new feature. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen.
Scrum. 9 a.m. scrum. Yo.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
The button that says the name of the player that's playing the game? Please no screenshots. Oh, I gotta see the button. I gotta see the button. Hear your name in the game. I wanna hear my name in the game!
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Yeah!
Jim. Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is.
Very impressive.
Here, let's have you role play as Jim
Okay,
to really
alright, role play,
simulate
role
the
play.
full experience of this feature. Just play along.
Okay, hang on.
Got roleplay as Jim. Shit, hang on. Got roleplay as Jim. Very important. Hello, I am Jim. I am office worker Jim. Here in the office, here to do all kinds of office-related tasks and procedures. I have left the copy machine on the place where it is and printed out 14 photocopies of the many different procedure reports that you have asked for to be filed at the most experienced way in the spreadsheet that you left on my desk yesterday morning. As per our correspondence, I hope this email finds you well. Thank you very much. I sip you water. Delicious.
promise you'll love it.
Okay.
Here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim.
It's me, Jim.
I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim. Sleeping and waking as Jim.
Okay.
Falling in love and being heartbroken
Oh,
as
it's
Jim.
happened
Seizing
many times
all of the
through my
world's
life.
possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now?
I am more
If
Jim
so,
than I have
then
ever
please
met.
step forward and press the button.
Oh,
You
it
see?
knows my
What a
name!
thrill! What a rush! That was you! The button described you. Do it again. Do it again.
Okay.
Jim.
Oh!
It hits even harder the
What
second
the
time.
fuck?
If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money.
I agree.
Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
Okay.
Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much Jim.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm putting
sorry.
the Jim button
I got a
away.
little ahead
Otherwise,
of myself.
soon you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually are.
Jim.
Who am I? Who am I? Oh, God! I don't know who I am anymore. Let me out. fuck? I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's going on. I'm so fucking scared. Is this my name? Is my name? Is my name here yours today? Who am I? Who am I? Am I empty glass of water? Is that me? Oh. That was weird and fucked up, huh? How about that?
I miss Jim. Who the fuck is Jim? I don't know who the fuck is that?
Baba Booey.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable too.
I think
that
that's
would
reasonable.
actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
I want to see the reassurance bucket. I love reassurance. That's like my favorite thing. This t-shirt is the best new feature. I want these actual shirts, actually. I saw the new content all the time. I was at a convention once and I got a Stanley Parable lanyard that has, it just like says the end is never over and over again. It's like official merchandise. It's like my favorite thing. It's like the best lanyard in the universe.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical.
Yes.
That it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I am happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal. And
all right,
perhaps
let's see.
even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable.
Yeah, I
Can
agree.
you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be?
Yeah, that would be rough.
The bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
I got it. I'm so reassured.
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body.
I
And in
feel
fact,
very calm.
can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well?
Oh, why thank you.
I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person.
As if that
The
were
benefits
possible.
of the bucket seem to go on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
That's excellent. I'm so glad I have this bucket.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be
It
an award
should,
if
yeah.
it isn't already.
I'll make that a trophy and I'll give that to them. Please, no screenshots. Okay, let's see what we got here.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go
Happy
with?
12th birthday, step-niece. Ooh, I don't know. I like this one because it's blue.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted
you
all
don't
along.
care. You don't
Get
care
Well
about
Someday,
Get Well Someday.
it is.
You don't care about my 12th step-niece's 12th birthday party. Fine. Narrator's trick.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
Oh shit, the jump circle. Oh, we already did this one.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2
Yes,
as
bring it
well.
back.
It's a... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle?
No!
Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece, then.
Fine.
free new and easy achievement. I can't believe it's that simple. I'm so easily tricked. Pull the lever, receive your new achievement. No more steps. It just works. Get yours right now.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you.
No
it's
way!
As simple as that.
Let's do it!
Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will
I need
be
the
fixed in
achievement,
sequel
please!
to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
DFCFM, thank you so much for the follow.
Please, I need the achievement. I need the achievement. Give it to me, please. I can't live without it. I can't live without it. I'm so upset.
Very Game Ollie, thank you so much for the tier 1.
Thank you, thank you.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Oh, that's new. Collect them all. Can you find them? Can you find them? Can you find them?
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching the number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Wow!
Wow! The number went up.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Yeah, I hate that. I hate getting rewards. Infinite hole? It won't end? Let's check that out last. Let's see what's up here. I want to go to the infinite hole, but not yet. Not yet.
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to?
Yes.
Ready to move on now?
Oh, no, I didn't see the infinite hole. That's the most important part of this. We can't not see the infinite hole. I hear it won't end. Did you get the hole ending? The hole ending is my favorite.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before
so
in a
excited.
video game. This is in fact a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Well, if I do this, then I won't be able to see what the actual ending is. So I probably shouldn't go in. Oh. Oh, chat is telling me to go into the hole. Since you all love backseating so much, I guess I'll do it. Since you all love backseating and telling me what to do and telling me where game content is. Here we go. Whee!
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if
Where's
I do
GLaDOS?
say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
G.
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
Why? Isn't this hole infinite?
Okay, Stanley. I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature
Oh
of the
no!
hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
And that's what it takes to be infinite! So look around you and tell me what you really see. Well, that's okay, chat. We're not really seeing Stanley Parable 2 yet. We're just seeing, like all the different things that will be in it. So they got time to make it an infinite hole.
All right, here we go. Special suitcase, please. Special suitcase. I'd like to take this special suitcase with me, but I'm already holding a special bucket, so I suppose I cannot.
God damn it. Ooh.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features?
Absolutely.
Yes,
I
I
think
know
they're
it's
great.
not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
Ooh.
Well, I mean, there's potential here, right?
I agree. Let me at the machine. Let me do the machine.
Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2.
The machine's getting closer.
Who am I
getting
kidding,
closer.
Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags.
There's a collectible.
And
I need
do
it.
very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game.
Good idea.
Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2." Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Yo! Let's begin the game.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
Hell yes.
And then one day, something very peculiar
happened?
happened. Something that would forever change Stanley.
What happened?
Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened. This
Sip me
complete
water. Okay,
isolation.
here I go.
Something
Wish
was
me
very
luck.
clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
I gotta find the
Perhaps he had
achievement
simply missed a
machine.
memo. Stanley picked up the bucket.
Thank you, narrator. Get well someday.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Okay. I'll play along for now.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy.
Oh,
It's as
no!
clear as day.
Oh,
This
no!
broom closet believes it deserves the bucket.
No, it can't have
I can
it.
really
It's
feel
mine.
now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket.
It's my
I
bucket.
know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket.
This is my
This
bucket.
is your companion.
This is
and
my lifelong friend.
You can't hand it over. Oh no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk that it has
Pathetic.
to resort to this stream
Pathetic.
of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons.
Yeah.
But even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends?
No!
That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient?
What
that your
happened to
life
you,
is
broom
so
closet?
banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it.
Fuck you, broom
Really
closet.
tell the
You're a
broom
stupid
closet
piece
off
of
for
shit. I
its
hate you.
demeaning
I
comments.
don't have
Expand on the
attachment to
wide
random
variety of
objects.
experiences you and the bucket
Ever.
have shared together.
Definitely
Go
not
through
me.
each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the
I've
bucket
been with this
as they have
bucket
changed
for
and evolved over the
10-ish
years.
minutes,
Let him
and
have
I've
it.
never felt more calm and at ease because we understand each other. Our relationship is built on trust and communication and buckets.
Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go. There. Now
Fuck
it's
you!
settled. No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom
Take a
closet,
hike,
with all your
shithead.
meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things.
Stupid asshole.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked
And the
upstairs to
bucket.
the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned
What was the
to
code again?
discover not an indication of any human life.
2-something-4-5.
Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck.
Yay!
Was it that the bucket knew all along?
I think the
Was
bucket
the
knew.
bucket
The bucket was
guiding
guiding me.
Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these. Only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
I will. I savor it.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right.
Thank you, Bucket.
The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet. But of course, Stanley and the bucket thought better of it and realized they simply had too much to live for.
Did they just redo all the dialogue in the game for if you're holding a bucket?
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
This is the bucket route.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears.
No! I'll comfort you! It's gonna be okay, Bucket!
Reassuring it that everything would be fine.
It's gonna be okay, Bucket. Don't worry. Don't you worry. I got you.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do?
I hope not.
What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
My feeble mind, help!
No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world.
I love you,
Bucket. At this point, he could trust no one except
nobody but the bucket.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content.
Wow.
Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good.
Let's do it, Bucket!
Best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
Hell yeah!
Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support, and... What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No, no, no. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
What the fuck?
Stanley lifted
Bucket,
the
you're
bucket into
okay.
his arms. In a wave of comfort, Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Let's go, Bucket. Let's fuck around.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Of course, Bucket.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room?
I think so.
Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was.
It has to be.
How insightful the bucket turned out to be. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
That's not possible.
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room. And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Beep.
Oh, good Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually. You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content.
Yeah.
We're the ones that matter, Stanley.
No, but this
Classic
is
characters from
it's
the
the
first
bucket.
game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes,
Yeah?
that's what the fans
Okay.
want. Let's do it.
Sure.
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
Ba-ba-da-da-ba-da-ba-da.
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
I remember.
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Oh, I remember that one.
It's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this.
Okay.
But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
What do you mean? I won't do it. You can't make me. You can't separate me from Bucket. I need it to live. I can't go anywhere else. Broom Closet, this is all your fault. Why? Why? They hate what me and Bucket have. They hate what we have. I don't know if I can do this. If they take Bucket, I'm giving a bad review. But I...
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me, it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
No. No.
Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you.
Let me out.
Go ahead
Let me
now,
out.
Stanley.
No, let me out.
Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
There's gotta be a way out. There's gotta be a way out. There's gotta be a way out.
Now,
No, you can't take the bucket.
It's crucial that you give it the bucket.
No, don't.
I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can
have to
hear
shut
you
it down.
saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it.
No,
we
I don't
can't
want
get back to
to.
the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and... Bucket Destroyer, my prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
Good night, sweet prince.
All of his co-workers
Where's
were
my
gone.
bucket?
What could it mean?
Where's my bucket?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Where's my bucket?
The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
Scared me for a sec.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him.
Yeah, it still
telling
has the
him
sticker
that
and everything.
The employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
I know it's waiting for me on that elevator.
No, said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Okay.
Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Okay.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
No! I'm going back to Minecraft.
Narrator? Narrator?
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point.
Let me
Stanley,
in.
how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here?
Let me in.
What if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about
No,
your
we're just
behavior up to this
inseparable.
point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
Okay. All right.
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket.
Okay.
Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not.
All right, here we go. Here we go.
Okay, let's begin.
All right.
Item 1. Is this a bucket?
Yeah, that looks just like my bucket.
Incorrect. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 2. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Incorrect. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 3. Is this a bucket?
I don't know. Yes!
Correct. This
Yay!
is a bucket. Item 4. Is this a bucket?
Yes!
What? Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one.
This is so good.
Is this a bucket?
I don't... I don't know.
Correct. This is a bucket.
I got it!
Item 6. Is this a bucket?
No.
Trick question. Both.
What?
Gotcha. Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. Should be around here somewhere.
I have one if you need it.
Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something. And therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket? You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago, I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets.
No, no, wait, no, you don't have to do that.
Okay, here we go.
No!
What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket?
Twist!
Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either.
I think, therefore, I am not a bucket.
Wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel
Bless
much
her.
more
Thank you
at
so much
ease
for
right now.
the
It's
sub to
delightful
bucket.
to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay?
Okay.
And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that.
Okay.
Who knows what that information might do to a person?
Right, of course.
All right, here we go. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Ooh.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home.
The layout changed again.
Stanley clutched the
All right,
bucket tightly to
let's
his
ride
chest.
the
This was not the correct
ride the
way
lift
to the
this
meeting
time.
room. But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him,
I need to
telling
know.
him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Everyone is trying
And
to get
here
rid of
it
my
was.
bucket.
Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left. to go
Anyone else
back to the
randomly
meeting
disappear
room.
for a minute?
No,
I'm not supposed to
said
tell
the
you
bucket.
anything.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Good,
said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Okay.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
This one? This room right here?
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick up the phone, and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things.
Are you sure?
Buckets
'Cause I
can't
think it
talk. It
was.
was a joke. Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket.
Oh.
Can't you see?
No, yeah, no, I knew it
goodness.
was. I knew it
must
was
have
a
really
joke.
bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously.
Yeah, I knew it was
Where
a
did I
joke.
mess
It
up
was
the
a joke.
Should
I knew
have
that.
paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it. But there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is. It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
Okay.
What is comedic timing?
Oh, let's see.
What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies? And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes.
Yes.
Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit,
Yes.
with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body.
Well,
These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing.
is that true?
To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny." Let's practice
I'm Dunny
screaming.
with the funny.
I'm Dunny
Rephrase.
with the funny
Rephrase.
now.
I'm Dunny with the funny.
Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian.
Okay.
An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times. just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random.
Yes.
And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, we're each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threaten our very existence, and who very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery.
Okay.
Come along, let's head back.
Sure.
Put a cage around
I
it.
can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery.
I
You'll be in
believe in you, man.
stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me.
All right.
Thank goodness we had the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now. Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure.
I know, like,
bucket
this is
spoke
like
to
a
Stanley.
shred of the new content. It's just
The
because we have a
bucket
bucket
spoke.
now.
The bucket spoke. Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things.
Right. Just gotta make our way back.
I have my funny bucket.
Here we go. You
Okay,
ready?
all right, I'm ready.
When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left. What? We're back at the phone already? No. What's going on? There was supposed to be several
Wait a minute.
rooms leading
Wait a
up to
minute.
this.
Wait
There
a
was
minute.
supposed to be a build-up to this point, a dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's
Wait a
completely
minute.
off. The joke will never land. Well, not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the two doors room. What an egregious mistake.
Wow.
I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp.
Well, that's true, but I wouldn't beat yourself up over it.
I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video again. Yes, surely that will help me improve my... Here we go. You ready?
Okay.
When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Okay. I see the phone.
What? We're back at the phone already?
Oh, wait a minute.
No. Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Is it just gonna keep doing this over and over again?
What? We're back at the phone already? No. Here we go.
No, I can't pick
You
up
ready?
the phone right now.
When
It won't let
Stanley
me.
and the bucket came to a set of
Okay,
two
let's
open
go left.
doors, they entered the door on the left. No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone.
Oh,
Did
I'm
you
so
not
sorry.
even look at the instructional video?
No,
I
I
think this was
forgot.
all covered very
forgot.
clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley.
I'm sorry.
I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint.
I'm
Are you proud of
sorry.
yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud?
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes. well, let me try that again, Stanley. I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are.
Yes.
No? Still not? Is it the delivery? Pale with shame. Pale with shame? Pale... What's another word to describe a bucket?
Bucket.
Stanley, this bucket is so metal, I think I saw it playing guitar. No. We're getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instructional videos. That's exactly what it is. That's what will make me the king of comedy again. More instructional videos. Let's see.
He didn't say he was dunny with the funny.
Paper.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door.
Which way should we go now? Let's pick up the phone. Let's see what happens when we pick up the phone.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling
I love
him
you, the
that
bucket.
the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no, never mind.
No, fuck the bucket.
The bucket was wrong.
The bucket doesn't
Stanley
know
took
shit.
the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No, said the bucket. Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo
I know
lift.
there's so much
Good,
stuff just
said the
by
bucket.
adding a bucket.
Now
They've
ride the
changed
lift
the
all the
whole
way to
entire
the top.
game.
There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Yes.
In here, said the bucket. Go into this dark room over here.
Okay.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Yes.
Now pick up the phone, said the bucket. Pick up the phone and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
Huh.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket.
Sad?
Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
The bucket! Hello, Stanley. It's me, your bucket. Press U to take me to work with you.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow
Where's
of
my bucket?
companionship.
Where's my bucket?
It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
Take me back home with you.
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
Wow!
I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me.
I
It's
hear you.
just a bucket. It
Yeah, but
can't
I
think.
like it.
It can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a
want my
liquid
bucket.
from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything
I
else.
can't climb the desk anymore.
Don't listen to the loud man. Press M for us to go back home.
Alright, fuck you, loud man.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time, it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal.
Press B to ignore anyone in your life except for me.
I love you,
Sad.
the bucket.
I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
He's coming around. He's coming around. You believe I'm real, don't you, Stanley? Press B to go back home.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection, but it doesn't quite
He
look
gets
like
it.
your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to
Let's
say?
watch TV.
Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
Yes.
Press U to receive... Oh, to relive the same day with me over and over.
Of course, Bucket.
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket? Oh no. I'm having feelings for the bucket. No.
That's
no,
my
no,
bucket.
No. What's going on? Why do I want to
Don't
be
you
with
try
the
anything.
bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with
Where's
me?
my
I don't
bucket?
understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing.
Ooh.
Yes. The bucket could tell me what to do
TOS,
in this
TOS.
troublesome situation. Stanley, give me the bucket.
No.
Give it to me. Give me the bucket,
No,
Stanley.
it's my bucket.
I need it. Give it to me now. Give it, or I'll... All of his co-workers were
Christ!
gone. Look at him, the good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket. Off on another. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
We've almost done, well, I mean, we've done a lot of the things you can do with the bucket at this point. How can we find them? What's with the music sting? Is it because we need to find all the collectibles? The completionist instinct! That's what I'm talking about. That's what I've got. Ooh! Wait a second! This is... It's in a large room with a lot of boxes, stairs, something to do with stairs. Some were both red and blue. Okay, that's the red and blue doors. A private but smelly place for an important person. The executive bathroom! Stairs, something to do with stairs. A large room, lots of boxes. We know. We now know. It's not in the broom closet.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
The CEO shitter.
Yes!
Another miniature Stanley figure.
Yes!
This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini stands?
Mini stands.
Stanley figs. What about Stanlerines?
Stanlerines!
Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
I did it.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer
Yes.
luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along?
I'm a genius.
Was the bucket
My
guiding
brain
him?
is huge and big.
Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Oh, right. Maybe Estrogen, thank you so much for the raid.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway... But of course, Stanley and the bucket
we
thought
should-
better
we should
of it
turn
and
on the
realized they
mind
simply had
control.
too much to live for.
Let's do that instead. Up.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
What are your bucket secrets?
monitors jumped to
Yeah,
life,
yeah. Me and the
Stanley
bucket are
nearly
gonna
dropped
take
the
over the
bucket in
world with the
shock.
mind control devices.
Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs.
Yummy, guinea
The
pigs.
bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Baba Booey.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well?
I used to have a guinea
Had the
pig
bucket
growing
been
up.
told to do things it didn't wish
His
to
name
do?
was Toomba.
What kinds
Named
of
after
things
Toomba
does a
2, the
bucket
evil
want to
swine
do
return.
or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
Did you eat him?
No!
No!
He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter.
Squeeze,
His one
squeeze.
friend in the entire world.
Squeeze, squeeze.
At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
Yes.
I want to
But
rule the
here was
world
the
with this
proof.
bucket.
The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery...
Mine!
But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls.
Oh, no!
Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself?
No, bucket,
How could
no!
the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds.
Birds.
Silly, silly birds.
Silly birds.
The control buttons became active again.
Yes. Oh, silly birds. Yes. Yes. Silly
Stanley
birds.
flipped through one video of silly birds after
silly
another,
birds.
and then it dawned on him.
Beautiful.
This wasn't a mind control facility at all.
just love silly
It was a
birds.
facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over
Oh,
the
silly
world.
birds.
The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true
Silly
intentions.
birds.
Had the bucket known this all along?
Oh.
Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands.
Oh, wow.
The one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery.
Wow, silly
Stanley and the
birds.
bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place,
Silly
flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley
Oh,
was happy.
I'm so happy.
Wait, take me back to the silly birds.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting
Where
room.
is Bucket?
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Where is Bucket? There is Bucket.
Where are we going today? The bucket asked.
Oh, I don't
just
know, somewhere.
smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly
All
fine
right, now
with him.
we'll go to the escape room.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I think after this one, we should probably put the bucket in the bucket eater.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to
We
the
haven't gone
boss's
downstairs with
office.
the bucket. We haven't gone downstairs with the bucket.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines. And now I'm torn
Stanlerines.
between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think,
Figlies!
Stanley?
I like
What
Figlies.
name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
Okay.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his
Wait, is
post
this
during
just the
work
same?
hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone
just
had
the same
vanished.
ending.
His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself,
Okay,
maybe
it's just the same ending.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Bucket!
A good bucket.
It's
A
not the
strong
same
bucket,
ending?
A humble bucket. A committed bucket. A bucket of culture and distinction.
Damn. Fuck.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Somewhere both red and blue and a large room with lots of boxes.
I can't imagine.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
All right, here we go.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then, something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. And that's strange.
Why
Stanley
won't you
thought.
talk to me?
Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these.
Yeah, that was
He
a
held the
content
bucket
warning.
close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort.
No!
And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps.
No!
How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this.
Wait, my bucket!
Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
I have to keep going.
Stanley, it's me, the bucket.
Bucket, I'm coming!
Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Come to me, Stanley. Find me.
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out.
4 cats in a trench coat. Thank you so much for the
subby. Thank you for the subby.
This is the story of a woman named Mariela. Mariela woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariela thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
Fair enough. This is why you don't forget your bucket.
How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great. He
Time
thought to
enough at
himself.
last.
This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted. Ah, the embrace of an old friend. A weathered companionship that stands the test of time. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door.
This is why you need a bucket at all times of the day. It's true. I don't know what I would do without my bucket. Large room with lots of boxes.
We still haven't found that one.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life.
Damn it!
Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, if not for the soothing. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him?
Heck yes, my life kicks ass.
This is certainly the most logical explanation.
Finland has a bucket tradition where they give away free buckets all the time. Yeah, and then people carry them around everywhere. This game takes place in Finland, didn't you know?
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control.
More like the silly bird facility.
The word escape written on it. The truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
I don't believe you.
The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
Yes, a very painful death made of buckets. Whee! Uh-oh!
As the machine whirred into motion and
I
Stanley
think
and the
I've made a
bucket
mistake
inched
of some
closer to their
kind.
demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be.
I would never say that.
To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket. But what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself. And he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere.
I would never say that about my
Farewell,
bucket.
Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end as it was crushed violently to death. It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
You are standing at the precipice of knowledge. Much like a bucket itself, the human mind is frequently empty within with a cavernous void. But through use of the exhibit in front of you, the mind becomes full and enriched and substantiated. Knowledge of the bucket and its history is the only true knowledge we really have. Will you take what you learned here out with you into the real world? Will you accept with an open mind that you may be challenging what may be challenging about the information in this exhibit? Will you change the lives of yourself and your loved ones as a result of this exhibit? Or will you turn a blind eye and continue to live as you were, in ignorance and darkness?
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
25 buckets. The greatest number of buckets ever captured on camera. This looks like way more than 25 buckets. A bucket with 2 handles. What? Deemed too dangerous and recklessly experimental. Every year, dozens are put to death just for attempting it. Really? Inferno bucket. A replica of the Inferno bucket, which in the medieval era was so powerfully alluring that it drove dozens of nations to war with one another for control of it. Billions died, and yet in spite of it all, the simple fact remains. No one can control a bucket. The stress bucket. Worrying, negative forecasting, negative thinking, lack of reassurance, vulnerability, size, and strength of the bucket. Coping strategies equal holes. Rest and relaxation. Doing something you enjoy. Rest and relaxation. Stress equals the level of water in the bucket. Well, we know that buckets predate the existence of mankind. We do not know by how long. This cave drawing depicts early man's discovery of the practical uses of the bucket, by which time the bucket had already likely been around for several millennia. Notice in these drawings how the bucket is allowing itself to be used, having judged humanity to be worthy of its treasures. Interesting.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
This piece symbolizes the necessary relationship between bucket and humanity. However clear our grasp of the bucket may be, there is yet more that is always out of reach. This is our distance inevitably is for our own good. I can reach it. Don't worry, I can reach it. I just have to jump.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together.
Okay, let's do it.
Shall take its place as ruler, as leader,
as leader,
commander of a new world, a new vision.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
That's like the
Perhaps
best ending in the original, but now it's just a more buckets jokes.
Co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of those.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest.
I think it's time.
This was
I think it's time to feed the bucket
room,
eater.
But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him.
The bucket
telling him
destroyer.
That the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
This is how
and
it has to be.
Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no, never mind.
I'm sorry, Bucket. I just want to progress.
Wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Whee! Here we go!
Oh, good Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually.
We have to feed the beast.
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
Okay.
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well. Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
This is a good one.
It's as classic now as it was back then.
I am. You
Let's
got
do
me
it
there.
For the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
I have to give up the companion cube.
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer.
I'm sorry, Bucket.
I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
Yes.
Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
Goodbye, Bucket.
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket.
I can't, it won't let me.
I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of Deluxe Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not.
I can't destroy it. I can't destroy the bucket.
Merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and... The Bucket Destroyer, my prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
Okay.
How many bucket endings so far? I think we've gotten like almost all of them, which is why I'm like ready to leave the bucket to its devices.
The meeting room. Yes,
there's one more
where
thing I can
everyone
think
would
of,
be.
but it's a short one.
Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very lucky fellow.
I also didn't do the thing where you clip out of the windows, but I figure that's less
Stanley clutched the bucket
pressing.
tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no,
very correct.
Never mind. The bucket
The
was
bucket
wrong.
was full of shit.
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room.
Baba
Go
Booey.
somewhere else.
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
Okay. Now we'll clip out of the window.
All of his co-workers
and that's
were
everything,
gone.
I'm pretty sure.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. It takes a lot of humility to carry a bucket
We
so
did get
magnificent.
splattered,
Stanley clung the bucket to his cheek. Could his co-workers really all be gone?
Whee!
Yes, whispered the bucket into Stanley's ear.
We've done it. We've escaped from that dull office and that pesky narrator. At last, out here in the white void, we are alone. Now, and for the first time, I can reveal to you my true self.
The bucket began to tell Stanley of its life and its history.
Okay.
Of the countless wars it witnessed.
Oh, no.
Desecrating the land and lives of untold numbers of innocent humans. And the bucket's own complicity therein. Of sadness and regret. And the many years it spent dwelling on the actions it might have taken to curb the madness and the decay, if only it had been stronger. Of hope and redemption, and its crusade to uplift the stock of life for the common man, to manifest justice where none existed, and the bittersweet reality of time, to see one's dreams and wishes met halfway, meted out in parcels like charity, and abandoned as soon as the warm glow of inspiration begins to dim. The opportunities to do so much more. There was so much it could have done, perhaps, the bucket wondered to itself. Perhaps if it had seen its own darkness with a clearer perception. This was way too much for Stanley.
What are you talking about?
He screamed.
You're a bucket!
To this, the bucket furrowed its brow.
That's what I
No.
Said the bucket.
Not since the evil wizard Gambhorata first ensnared me in his machinations as payback for the sacred amulet I stole from his treasured vaults. I was young back then and could not conceive the ramifications of... No!
Stanley screamed even louder this time.
This is stupid! You are a bucket! This is so stupid! Why are we even doing
music?
As Stanley screamed and screamed and screamed, the bucket revealed its true form, transforming into a mighty beast of untold power, its fangs glistening like... My God, Stanley, you did it. You saved us from the bucket. Thank God you already had all 12 emblems of sages and knew the incantations to summon their true power. Otherwise,
Die, Bucket!
we would have easily been overwhelmed by the bucket's power. I'm speechless. You've demonstrated such bravery here today. Come, let's restart the game, and we'll agree to never again go trifling with this bucket.
I agree.
Nor the dark magic cast away inside of it. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
All right, we're done with the bucket.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
All right, I gotta go to the red and blue doors, because that's where a collectible figurine is.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
I wonder where the place with a lot of boxes is.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
This place has a lot of boxes.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've got... But in his eagerness...
I saw it. I saw it.
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself, that's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room.
Come on, Stanley,
Stanley
speedrun.
knew
We
it
gotta get
perfectly
that
well.
figurine.
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
I have to see the number go up, chat. You know this is important.
You know.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
How? Oh, I see.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler
I know where the last
Amarines.
one is.
Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be...
I can't wait!
We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler Amarines. None of us can.
That is true, but that's fine, because I'm completionist.
Stanley had now gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. You didn't think I was actually just a recording, did you?
Oh, thank God.
What a silly and trite explanation that would be. All the back and forth between you and me, all the absurd adventures we've been through, and it all turns out I'm just a tape recording? It was all just in Stanley's head. I bet that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory. I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock at the phenomenal and intricate storytelling.
No, man, I hate that shit. I hate that shit.
Life being an unending waterfall of surprises and delights. How much more exciting you must find the world than the rest of us do. Now I've become sad. Look what you've done to me. This is all your fault.
That's an ending, technically.
All of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this
Why?
Stanley's office?
What? What's going on? What are you talking about?
We have one more to get. One more collectible figurine.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay.
It was okay.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the
Aislinn, thank you so
first
much
open
for the
door on
sub
his
at
left.
tier 3. Thank you so much.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't
so bad,
5
yes,
years
so
ago.
bad, whatever.
Look,
I have
Stanley, I
places
think
to be.
perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. What? Really?
Yes.
I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for
Not
others?
when it comes to
Are you that
collectible
convinced that I want
figurines?
something bad to happen to you?
This is just
Why,
like the Guardians
I
of
don't
the
know how to
Galaxy stream
convince you
again,
of this,
except
but
instead
I
of
really
collectible
do
outfits,
want to
it's
help you,
collectible
to show you
figurines.
something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove
Yes!
I'm on your side. And there it is, the last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here.
We're all done!
And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
I don't even know.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Okay.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here.
I did it, everybody. I did
just
it.
the way you're doing
Don't
right
be
now.
proud of me, though, because
Don't
that's
you
a
see that
reward.
it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution.
Okay.
Here, let me show you.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
What do we want? What are we
Spaghetti.
looking for? Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy.
Wow.
I actually feel happy.
Too bad. We're going this way now.
No, wait. Where are you
Oh,
going?
yeah, skip that. Can't do that one.
Sorry, my gamers. Not for me.
Can we get... Where's a new content sign?
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines. Those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life?
Yes.
Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness?
It did!
Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory
Oh,
zone?
here we go,
I would
y'all!
love
Here we
nothing
go!
more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
Right, where's the figurine zone? Is this it? Is this the figurine zone?
Here's where it all began. The first collectible.
I remember.
Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find.
I know.
Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley. And here was the second Stanlerine. You found this one all on your own just by poking around behind the boss's office.
Right.
You did that,
I
Stanley.
did that!
I'll be honest. Back then, I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways.
Wow, this is just like Donkey Kong 64.
Okay, let's do a little quiz.
Okay.
Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini Stan? Can you remember?
It was the boss's bathroom, I'm pretty sure.
Hey, that's exactly right.
Yay!
It was here in the boss's bathroom. It was the third one. You
The
picked
pineapple
it up, and then
smells
after
tour
that,
never
you had
ends,
3 of them.
baby.
I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your third time doing anything.
Right. Science said that.
Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room.
Right,
Oh, well,
yeah.
I can't actually say I remember being in this room,
No,
but it's here in the memory
I think I
zone,
remember.
so it must have happened.
Right, yeah. Love this pink room. It's very pretty.
The box zone.
This was the 5th mini Stan, and this one was really something special. It
I
was
agree.
in the warehouse. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate
Oh,
the
let me
occasion.
see, let me see.
Enjoy.
Oh my god! I'm fucking crying. I have tears in my eyes. We did it. There's a different one for each of the 5th one you get. That's amazing.
Takes you back, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
Wow.
And here was the last one.
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red
Right.
and blue doors.
I remember.
This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how
got
the
12
mind
out of 6,
works?
everybody.
All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
Oh, they both go to the same place?
Hello?
And then there was no more. Because we've caught up to the present moment.
I see,
Nothing
I see.
left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, memory zone.
Bye.
No, I'm not done. I'm not
It's not a
ready to
real
move
loading
on.
screen.
Stop the loading screen. Isn't there somewhere we
I
can
went
stay here,
backwards.
keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do
Yes,
the
okay,
memory
yes,
zone again
yes,
from
yes,
the opposite
backwards.
direction. See how that feels.
Yes. That could be fun.
Okay, yes, the room with the red and blue doors. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind.
Yes.
Let's keep going. I want more.
Yeah, me too, me too. More figurines, please.
And here's where I made that video.
I'm collecting so many collectibles, chat.
Yes, I love that video.
Me too. Then there was the one in the pink room.
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room,
Doesn't
though.
matter, there's a
solid
collectible
room.
in it.
These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have muted the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
The next one was behind the boss's office.
Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going. This is it, the very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
Let's find out.
Ooh. Oh, we're back here. The jump circle.
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then.
I want to jump.
But time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now.
I want to jump.
Look how much fun the past is. I want more. More memories.
I did spend them all. I couldn't resist. I couldn't resist the opportunity to do all kinds of jumps.
Oh, yes. The two doors.
Oh, the two
Who could have
doors.
forgotten that? A classic memory, this
That's
one.
a classic. Ooh, should we go this way? Ooh, it's Stanley's office. I remember
And
this
before
one.
everything else, there was your office.
Wow.
Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office?
Yeah, today
There's
I went
something
to
I feel I can
Chipotle.
remember. I can remember. Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy, and I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions, he would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good.
Okay,
I did
sounds
enjoy
good.
telling his story so very much.
Yes.
Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Oh my god. What the fuck? One more time.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Which way should we go? Let's just do the normal story, I guess.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Oh no, no, not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time.
Okay.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Swoosh.
The moment he entered his manager's office, Stanley froze in his tracks. Not a living soul anywhere. Could he really be all alone? Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
Yes, please. Yes, please. Yes. Serene. Serene. Beautiful. Yes. Wonderful.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
Beep.
I'm so scared to see what happens. I don't know what to do.
I'm so fucking scared. I'm so fucking scared and upset and scared.
Maybe I need to reboot the game entirely.
Stanley walked straight ahead through
I guess
the
we'll
large
find
door
out.
that read Mind Control Facility.
That's the sound of me yawning with my yawns.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Yes. It held so many spaghettis.
Beep.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature
What's that
revealed.
one? That one's all fucked
Each
up.
bore the number of an employee in the building.
That's where
Stanley's
missing number from
co-workers.
Pokemon
The
is.
lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen. And Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This
Oh, that's
mind
69 right
control
there. You see, I'm
facility,
pointing to it
was
physically
too
with my real
horrible to
hand.
believe it couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time?
see it? You see it?
Was
Do you
this
see
the
it?
only reason he was
69,
happy
it's right
with
there.
his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No.
Swoosh.
He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place.
All right, we'll just slap
And as
that
the
yes
cold
button and
reality
get
of
out
his
of here. I
past
mean the
began
off
to
button,
sink
not
in,
the yes button.
Stanley
There is no
decided
yes
that
button.
this machine...
Beep. I wanted to monitor silly birds, but I guess not. I guess that's not an option these days.
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty.
Open up!
Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet,
Let me in!
even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp?
What other mysteries did this strange building hold?
Grass
But
and
as
weeds.
sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be.
You should play
his.
this game. It's very good.
And that was all he needed
Very,
to
very
know.
good.
It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen.
Swoosh.
And Stanley was happy.
Stanley, it was Branley.
All right, that was the last one he ever did.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Do we have to reboot
Stanley
the game
decided
entirely?
to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply... Stanley cradled the bucket in a gentle embrace. Protective, yet delicate. Assertive, yet compassionate.
Let's see.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Reboot the game entirely. All right, let's do it.
It's over. Beep. Excuse me, Stanley's.
Oh, shit. $9.43.
Sippy water, okie dokie. I take a sip.
Before we get started, can I just say something? Thank you for actually setting the clock both times you booted up the game. A lot of people don't take that step seriously. They just leave the clock set at midnight and call it a day. But you really actually taking the time to set the clock, and I appreciate that. That's how I know you care about this experience. You're paying attention. I don't even have any way of knowing the times you're setting are correct. I'll tell you what, I'll make you a deal. Since you've been so cooperative, next time you boot up the game and see the screen, just set the clock to your favorite time. Go ahead, pick whichever time you want, even if it's not the correct time. You've earned it. All right, I'll let you get back to the video game now. Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Bob, I reset the game entirely.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard.
Wow, I
Orders
wish I
came
could push
to him
buttons
through a
on a
monitor
keyboard.
on his desk,
Wait,
telling him what buttons to push,
I
how long
can.
to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in.
Of course.
As though he had been made exactly for this job.
Yes, absolutely.
And
My job
Stanley
too is
was
for
happy.
made for that you job.
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order...
Let me into the game. Oh.
Hooray!
All of his co-workers were gone.
I reset the
What
game
could it
entirely.
mean?
What's different?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Ah, Stanley's bucket. The only co-worker he would ever truly need.
Yes, exactly.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here.
What the
Stanley
fuck?
needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever.
What's the right
Perhaps
answer?
his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Where's the new
Coming
content?
to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Maybe no bucket?
Stepping in.
This time I'm escaping with the bucket.
There we go, new content. Whee!
I actually don't know if there's anything different about this ending now that we have the bucket. Probably not, though. I'm assuming it's the same.
Now we get to walk up all these stairs. Again!
Do you ever think about what the narrator thinks when he finds out Stanley isn't in the boss's office? I think
I think he gets so scared and so confused and so scared. That's what I would do. I would freak the fuck out and start screaming and shitting and exploding. In that order.
this game is like Undertale with no RPG elements. This game is basically just Undertale, if I'm being honest. Is this the only ending that's exactly the same? Oh. It's gonna be okay, Bucket. Get out of here. You'll be okay. You've grown so much in such a short amount of time. Tell our story. Tell our story, Bucket. Well,
all of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
The bucket, the bucket's gone. The bucket escaped forever. Don't let the flame die out. I'd like an arrow pointing me to where the new content is, please. I've gotten myself completely
This was not the correct way
lost.
to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
I don't know where to go.
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Ah, yes.
Oh, but sometimes they
truly a
put
room worth
tips in
admiring.
the
But eager
in
to
the
get
meeting
back to
room.
business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
So let's find out.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office,
No
hoping he might
secrets.
find an answer there.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs.
The
to
bucket
his
is just
boss's
gone
office.
now. It escaped. It got away. I'm very proud of it, but also I miss it. I think I might have to reset. Because I don't know where to go.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Mr.
Stanley
Narrator,
decided to
where's
go to
the
the
new
meeting room.
content?
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh, a replacement bucket!
And try
God.
not to lose this one too, you dolt.
What happens if I do?
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his
He
chest
called me a dolt.
and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was
Should we
simply
send
the
this one to
place
space
be.
too?
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
I don't know which way to go.
And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
I'm
Still
very
no
confused.
one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked
Have we?
upstairs
We've gotten
to
like
the
all the
boss's
endings.
office.
We've gotten all the endings. I'm pretty sure. With the bucket, at least. Oh. Well, I guess we found what we were looking for. Immaculate vibes. Thank you, Stanley's The Parable. How long does this go for?
Oh, we're here.
Oh, does it just keep going forever until you stop? Wait, what happens if we press down?
Or if we go to the basement. Okay, let me out. I'm ready. I'm at my floor. Why are you doing this to the pandas?
Oh, that's business strategy, of course. I understand.
Stepping in.
Going back to space. Sending this bucket back to space, where it belongs. It's Mario's hand? Mario Super Mario?
Is that his head? Is that Mario Super Mario?
New content, where are you? The narrator said that he was gonna do, like, one more game and then stop forever. He said he was like, oh, let's run the story one more time, and then I'll just never play, I'll never do it again. But then what?
But then what?
I mean, I know I'm not gonna get to every single thing in this stream, because, like, this game is probably many, many hours of extra content.
But I do wonder where everything could be.
Yeah, it looks like this is just gonna be the same ending.
There you go. Be freed, Bucket. You also deserve to be free. So long, my child. Go into space. See the cosmos and the stars. Do what I could not. You stay. I go.
Wow!
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stan, oh please. Are you really just doing this for
I already
the
got the
achievement?
achievement.
Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No.
Yes.
No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5
Okay.
clicks.
I want
suppose you
I
want to
want
click the door
somebody
20
to give me
I would say
such
that's the
a
kind
vague
of effort
hint.
that warrants recognition.
I don't want you to tell me anything about nothing. Just like
When
the
Stanley
vaguest
came to a
possible
set of 2
nudge
open
in the right
doors, he
direction
entered
towards
the
new
door on his
content.
left.
But I don't want to see any spoilers. I have one person, one hint, one person. Y'all work it out.
I don't want to see
Yet
nothing.
there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Time? Oh, okay, let's see.
Let me in.
That was it, chat. No more hints. I know what my favorite time is. It's tooth hurty.
Tooth hurty. Get it? Because that's the time you go to the dentist, because it's tooth hurty.
Your favorite time of day? Or could you simply not resist giving me the correct time again? No, I told you my favorite. After all, I know how much you enjoy setting the time correctly. Okay, now I'm curious about how accurate 2:30 a.m. is. Let's use another slider to find out. How accurate? Oh, it's completely inaccurate. You know, can I just say, regardless of the accuracy of the clock, I'm having a great time adjusting these settings. I feel like I'm learning more about you and how you like things to be set. It's good to collect data. I wish we had more sliders, but we've gone through all the sliders I have. Perhaps I can invent some new sliders to gather data on you. Shouldn't be too hard. Let me whip up a couple new ones. Should be ready by the next time you boot up the game. Is this what we're doing? Is this what we're doing now? Just restarting the game over and over again? Okay, until the computer's barely visible. That's still correct. The dot. Please adjust the slider until the number 5 becomes the number 9. That's 9. But do we need like a physical, like this 9? Please adjust the slider until you stop adjusting the slider.
Right there.
Which of the 2 made-up words is most appealing to you? Occuboinkle. Or scrumptish. Occuboinkle for sure. Oh, but scrumptish is so good. I would say occuboinkle. Please don't adjust the slider. Do you know what time it is right now? Yeah. Is it the time? Is the time that it is right now the correct time? Yes. What time? What is time anyways? No. Is there anything about yourself that you haven't told me?
Yes. I'm a VTuber, I'm sorry.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
I don't understand the implications.
Does anyone really truly know? Of course they don't. Nobody knows anything. You and I don't even know each other. We're like strangers. Sure, I've adjusted all the game settings to your exact specification, but who hasn't? It's just what I do, like a day job. And now the job is over. There's no more information for me to gather. I've collected all the data on you that I can. And I still don't really know you. And you don't know me. And neither of us know what time it is. It's 10:03 p.m. I guess some settings are just unsettable. But if I'm being totally honest, the clock doesn't do anything in the game anyway. You won't have me here when the game starts next time, but that's okay. Video games were meant to be played alone. You like being... Not Gundam Evolution! Gundam Evolution has teams of 5. You should try it out with me sometime. It's very cool. That's maybe the only information I really learned about you. Well, it's time for me to leave. There's still one more setting that we need to adjust, but it may take a little time before I'm ready for that. It's not really in my job description, but that's okay. Perhaps you'll see me again if you can find me. Talk soon. Epilogue? What? What is happening right now? Oh no.
Oh, I sit on a chair. I heat myself by the fires.
Ooh, pretty. What the fuck? very pretty, but also what the fuck? It's the memory room. At least we've got like a little external generator powering everything. In loving memory, the Stanley Parable 2. Cookie Nine's blog, The Stanley Parable 2. Like so many, I enjoyed my time with the original Stanley Parable, which underscores how truly disappointed I am with its sequel. While the first game is teamed with originality, the Stanley Parable 2 is dull, uninspired, and often insulting to its fan base. Rather than expand on what made the first game enjoyable, the sequel veers off into territory nobody asked for. An infinitely deep hole? Who cares? Where are the new endings? What about the enjoyable bits from the Stanley Parable 1, like the adventure line? Instead, we get an uninspired side quest collecting figurines. Even this diversion feels incomplete. Collecting all the figurines gives you nothing. I must say, though, I found the bucket to be quite comforting. A welcome reprieve from... Stanley Parable... When the Stanley Parable launched to massive success in 2013, its creators made plans to build the property into an entire franchise. But a disastrous critical and commercial reception to the Stanley Parable 2 has prompted the developers to rethink their ambitions as outlined in a press release they published today. It's clear that Stanley Parable is not just what the fans want, reads the press release. We thought that we had a vision for the series that players would be excited about, yet it turns out this could not have been farther from the truth. The press release goes on to promise preserve the artistic integrity of the original game and to stop assaulting fans with our reckless and insulting creative visions. The word sorry appears more than 25 times in the press release. Get on the green!
I want to sip the green.
Oh.
Wrong way.
Jim.
Who's Jim?
I don't get it. Who's Jim?
Jim Stanley. Jim Stanley. Stanley. Jim Stanley.
Thank you for enjoying the new content. Hello again. It's nice to see you. But it's terrible to learn that there will never be another Stanley Parable game. Did you read what the developer said? Preserve the integrity of the franchise? What nonsense. The Stanley Parable is not sacred. We do not need to protect it. Screw the legacy. Let's keep making Stanley Parable games until the sun explodes. I think it already did based on the epilogue. Let's run this franchise into the ground. Let's drag it through the mud and back. And if people hate it, who cares? You see, that was the narrator's problem. He was so obsessed with what people thought of his work. Don't make his mistake. Don't cling to the legacy. Let it burn. It's not hard. In fact, let me show you. Together, we're going to make Stanley Parable 3. It's simple. All we do is change the number in the game's title screen. We also need a really dumb subtitle for the game, something loud and gaudy. Go ahead, try combining some random words together to make a new title for our game. The Stanley Parable 3! Dealing with the monkeys. Skeleton. Dealing with the skeleton. Temple of Skeleton. Saturday night ice cream. Pocket full of dash. Dealing with the coworker. Lavish monkeys. How about Saturday night skeleton? It's absurd. I love it. Every time you restart the game, we'll advance the number of the sequel by 1, and then we'll pick a new subtitle. That way, the Stanley Parable will never end. And nothing in the game itself will change when you do this either. Adding more content sounds like work. No need to do that. It'll just be the same content recycled again and again with a new title screen. What do you say? Should we go forward with this plan? I like it, but I want you to have a say in it as well. Let's do it. And you know what? Since you've put faith in my idea, I feel like I should be giving something with you as well. You see, I'm noticing that the narrator never found a way to give you the broken achievement, did he? Of course not. I wouldn't expect him to know how. It's been bothering me. Let's fix it. I'm on your side. We're in this together. We're going to keep this train rolling. The Stanley Parable cannot end. It can only spiral in on itself forever. I must keep that wheel turning. I'm ready. Are you ready? Great. Oh, I didn't even get to choose. There's only one last thing we need to do. Please enter the current time. Please enjoy the Stanley Parable. Jesus Christ! Wow! What the fuck?
This is the...
So yeah, now the game is just the game.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
What the fuck?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Stanley Parable 3 Baby Champion. That's great. You've never seen this before? Well, this is just we're just back in it.
Is Stanley, without the bucket, really Stanley at all? No. No, surely not.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
We can get the achievement!
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers.
What about Stanley Parable 3?
The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over.
Can we
Please
achieve bucket
step inside
paradox?
and see what thrilling
Only one
new
way to
adventures
find
await
out.
in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content. Wait, Stanley, I've just now realized. That bucket you're holding, it's the bucket I've been working on for my sequel. How did you get your
Oh,
hands on it?
shit!
Isn't this the preview to the sequel?
The gig is
Why
up!
do you have the bucket already? This makes no sense at all. Hold on. Did I already show you my ideas for the sequel? I don't remember doing that at all. You're seeing things all out of order.
Uh-oh.
All right, let's see. It's the jump circle?
But we don't have any jumps. We can't do it. Is he gonna notice? He doesn't. He's not gonna say anything. But we can't do anything with it.
The infinite hole, the giant door. Did you see them already? Stanley,
No,
none of them
no.
are ready yet. I'm still developing them. They're not even close to finished. How did they look when you saw them? Were they captivating? Were they exciting?
Yes,
Did
yes,
they
yes.
fulfill on the promise of everything that a sequel to Stanley Parable could possibly be? Had I figured out how the hell to make a sequel to this game?
Yes, you did. It was amazing.
Wait, if you're still carrying the bucket around with you, if the bucket is interesting to you, that means I must have made it correctly.
Yes.
Yes. You carrying the bucket with you everywhere is exactly what I set out to accomplish.
I did do that.
The bucket
I
is
did
the
do that.
exciting and captivating new content that I promised. I did it. I win. I made a sequel to the Stanley Parable. Yes, the sign is correct. Thank you for enjoying the new content. Thank you for taking the bucket everywhere with you, clinging tightly to the bucket, never letting it go. It means I've won. It means I am victorious over the gamers.
You beat the gamers.
It is a sweet salve of victory on my soul. Thank you for enjoying the new content. The bucket is the Stanley Parable now. They are one and the same. There is no Stanley Parable without the bucket.
It's
I win,
true, it's
I win,
true.
I win, 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 I win.
I love your little song, sir.
But we didn't get to the achievement, so now we have to
All
go
of his
in without
co-workers
the
were
without the
gone.
bucket.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
We have to pull the lever.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Wow. I hear there's achievements in here.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
Absolutely. I've
Now,
been
to be
asking
clear,
for this for
I
ages.
haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it.
He doesn't even
I
know that we
figure
made
that if
Stanley
I can
Parable
loosely
3
organize
already.
a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is... Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
Oh, what about the bucket? Should we have brought the bucket in the second time?
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical. That it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who
it's
played
not
it.
here.
Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass
We could always
that would
restart
be?
to try that.
Yes,
I'm gonna get the
bucket
achievement and then I'll
is
do
the
that.
Perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
Yay!
Can you feel it?
Yes.
The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person.
You're correct. Give me the
benefits of
achievements.
the bucket seem to go on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Okay.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
There's the button that says Gym. Free new and easy achievement. Let's do this. Oh yeah, he didn't notice the sticker.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement... As you can see, the machine is not working yet since... What? Wait. What in the holy hell is going on? You got the achievement? Why did the machine work? Stanley, I didn't fix it. I didn't do anything to it. I swear, it was broken just a second ago. Who fixed it? Is someone here? Are we being watched? Oh, God. Composure, composure. Yes, as you can see, the machine is working as normal, as I intended. It truly speaks to the awe-inspiring magic of the Stanley Parable 2.
Oh, no.
Breathe.
Oh, no, we're
Just
giving him a
breathe.
panic attack.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
All right, let's exit the exhibit and then we'll try again.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe.
There's always the
What does it
whole-
even mean? But the Stanley Parable. All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to?
Yes.
Ready to move on now?
Try to take another figurine. Isn't that what we do in here? Oh, no, it's not. We gotta grab a figurine. Out of order? Oh no! I have been here already, yes. What about the hole?
Meow. That's what Aubergine just said.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down.
Here we go!
That's right. Infinite
Whee!
falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video. You see? Isn't it wonderful?
Yes.
One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
Yeah, sure, I'll do that.
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
Now, why would I need to do that?
Okay, Stanley. I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean.
I didn't say shit.
Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you,
yeah, that's
then
fine.
Go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
Beep.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
Okay, I'm gonna restart now and see if we can make a paradox by bringing both buckets.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. As Stanley lifted his bucket, he felt a connection to all buckets everywhere. This adventure, he decided, was for all of them.
All right, let's see what happens. Yeah, let's see if we can dual wield buckets.
I'm so excited to dual wield these buckets.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should
you want
live
to
up
get your
to
own
that
bucket?
legacy.
You gotta put
So
a
this
little
ultra
sticker
deluxe
on it.
nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time
this is gonna be like the
ever,
easiest
the
cosplay in the
Stanley
universe.
Parable 2.
Every dude on the planet is just gonna like put on like a regular suit and have a bucket with a little sticker on it.
You see, isn't this far
they're gonna go to
superior to a
conventions and be
measly
like, "This is my
re-release with
Stanley
a few
Parables
minor
cosplay."
additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be.
I need to break
But
your
let's
game.
take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Oh, I'm on my way. Don't you worry. 2 reassurance buckets.
Wait, there are 2 buckets here? How did you get a second bucket? Oh no, the warmth and comfort of a single bucket is already so great, so intoxicatingly wonderful. With 2 buckets, there's no telling. Stanley, can you still hear me? Are you with me? Stanley! Oh, thank God, I didn't lose you. Stanley, the power of 2 buckets was too much. I had to destroy both of them. I know how much the bucket meant to you, but I couldn't take it. I hope one day you can forgive me.
That is fucking hilarious. I wonder what happens if we go into the achievement room now. I'm glad we went back and did that.
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement.
I already have it.
You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that. As you can see, the machine is not working yet since... What? Wait, what in the holy hell is going on? You got the achievement?
I had it already.
Why did the machine work? Stanley, I didn't fix it. I didn't do anything to it. I swear, it was broken just a second ago. Who fixed it? Is someone here? Are we being watched? Oh, God. What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Squidward.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you
I
think?
can't believe both buckets are destroyed now. I wonder if the bucket will still be on the pedestal.
Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to
What
move
about
on
Jim?
now?
Jim.
Stanley.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work.
Hooray!
There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
Epilogue? Epilogue?
Well, I mean, there's potential
Epilogue.
here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never
I
mind.
see you, Epilogue.
Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait. Maybe that's
Yeah, they
it.
switched the balloons.
I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2." Let me see if I can whip something up.
Sure. Whip it up.
All right, perfect.
Let's see what happens.
Go ahead. Take a look.
Oh, it's back on 2. All right, what happens when we quit to desktop and then enter back into it? It's either me or the boyfriends. Oh, but it's back to Stanley Parable 2.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting
Okay,
room.
well,
Perhaps
I'm going to assume that this is like the bulk of the content, right? We kind of seen most of what there is to see. Let's do... Should we check the epilogue again? We might as well. Let's just try it out. All right, yes or no question. Yes or no question. All right, this is a yes or no question. Do not expound on it. Do not tell me where anything is. Is there like a huge chunk / piece of the game that I'm not seeing? Like, is there like a whole bunch of shit that's still left that I've just like haven't even begun to uncover? Or have we sort of like gone through the bulk of it and there's like a couple things here and there? I guess that wasn't a yes or no question, but you know what? You just don't give me any super details.
Don't give me any super secrets or spoilers.
Second one? Okay, I see. Well, hell yeah. I guess, yeah, that's probably the most of it then. Well, that was
fucking awesome. It was freaking fucking awesome.
There is still stuff. I wonder if I should... Well, I don't know. Some of it might be kind of hard to find. Is some of it hard to find?
Is some of it hard to find?
You can answer that. That's a yes or no question that you can answer. Entirely new endings without the bucket that I think is worth looking for. Okay. Maybe we should try for that. Maybe we should look around a little bit. Eddie K, how much longer you want to go? It has been 5 hours. How likely are you to return to the trees and become monkey? 10. 100%
likely.
I think I've done all of the original endings with the bucket, so maybe there's probably some stuff I haven't seen yet.
Jim. What? Jim. Jim, are you there?
We didn't explore these other areas. I'm assuming there's nothing, but...
Who knows?
Hello again. It's nice to see you. Still terrible to learn that it will never be another... Oh, yeah, okay. So we've seen all this.
Well, goddamn.
All right, I think that I
might just wrap up here. I might wrap up here.
Well, I mean, there's new endings, so... All right, chat, give me a hint. How do I find the new endings?
I want to see the new endings.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
After boss's office? Okay.
What new mysteries lay in store for our bucket-loving heroes today? Let's find out.
I'm a
Stanley
snail. Thank you so much
clutched
for the
bucket
follow.
tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
There's one similar to the window ending.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office.
How big
was
of
where
a hint
he'd
do you
find
want?
answers.
Well,
Coming to a staircase,
I don't want to
Stanley
miss
and the
it,
bucket
so
walked upstairs
I go
to
through the boss's office. I put the code in, and then that's how it's in the next area after that.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna ask for direction on how to get to this secret ending.
The super special secret.
You could tell me. You could tell me. I'll allow it. Look at the elevator closely. Oh. Oh. Oh! Well, I hit up. I pressed the up button.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards
I
an
hit the up
unknown
button
fate.
on the elevator.
It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Chat, did I do it wrong? You could tell me.
Go back.
Beep.
Wait, Stanley said to the bucket. Can we go back up? When I was pressing those keypad buttons, there was something very intriguing about the number 3. I want to go back so I can try pressing the number 3 again. The bucket said nothing.
Why didn't you say nothing?
I'm excited. I'm excited for whatever this is.
Here we are, said Stanley. Now I'm going to try out that number 3 button. He took the bucket over to the keypad and began absolutely slamming on the number 3 over and over. Wow, he said. The number 3 is such a special button. I'm having the time of my life. Stanley looked expectantly at the bucket, but the bucket remained silent. This was a shock to Stanley, who had always felt such a connection with the bucket. How was this not as exciting to the bucket as it was to him? Once Stanley had had enough of the number 3, he got back in the elevator.
Is that it? I guess that's it.
Perhaps the bucket had missed something. Perhaps it had not seen how much joy Stanley got from slamming the number 3 repeatedly. A hint of regret nagged in the back of Stanley's mind.
The mistrust.
Should he Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Go do it again. Ah, shit.
The lights rose.
I fucked it up. I see. I understand now.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Now this, Stanley thought to himself, this is a bucket.
Don't worry, chat. We'll get it
Indeed
right
it
this
was.
time.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Whee!
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck.
Let me in, let me in, let me
Was
in.
it that the
I have
bucket
shit to
knew all
do.
along? Was the bucket guiding him?
I have to impress
Yes,
the bucket.
This is certainly the most logical explanation.
Stanley said this is easily the bucket of all time.
Whee!
Wait, Stanley said to the bucket. Can we go back up? When I was pressing those keypad buttons, there was something very intriguing about the number 3. I want to go back so I can try pressing the number 3 again. The bucket said nothing.
Okay, now we go back up and press 3, 3, 3, 3, 3.
Here we are, said Stanley. Now I'm going to try out that number 3 button. He took the... Wow, he said. The number 3 is such a special button. I'm having the time of my life. Stanley looked expectantly at the bucket, but the bucket remained silent. This was a shock to Stanley, who had always felt such a connection with the bucket. How was this not as exciting to the bucket as it... After taking some time to show the bucket around the boss's office, Stanley at last went to the keypad, where he began eagerly pressing the number 3 again and again.
Swooze.
Perhaps the bucket had missed something. Perhaps it had not seen how much joy Stanley got from slamming the number 3 repeatedly.
That was like the Evangelion like attack music where it's like boom, 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 boom.
A hint of regret nagged in the back of Stanley's mind. Should he demonstrate the number 3 for the bucket again?
Yes. Simply yes.
No, 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 said Stanley to the bucket. You can't go on yet. Not till you understand how much the number 3 means to me. You and I have been through so much together, and I just want you to see what I see. Feel the happiness I feel. He smiled at the bucket, and the bucket said nothing.
Okay. All right, bucket, here you go.
Here we go, said Stanley. This time I'll really show you. He ran to the number 3 and began to wail on it like a musician on a beloved instrument, weaving a concerto of truth and passion. He wielded the number 3 like a fine artist would wield a paintbrush. He told stories through the number 3, stories of his dreams and hopes and fears. The whole time, he looked to his bucket for a reaction of some kind. Anything to let him know that the bucket appreciated what he was doing. The bucket conveyed absolutely nothing at all, only silence. Crushed by a wave of dejection, Stanley returned to the elevator.
Crushed by this wave of dejection, I suppose I'll return to the elevator now. So sad, so sad.
Stanley and the bucket were so close. They'd always been there for one another. Why suddenly could the bucket not connect with this passion of Stanley's? The question caused Stanley to ruminate the whole way down the elevator. He knew that there must be a way to get through to the bucket, to communicate fully with his dear friend. Surely there was a solution, mustn't there be?
I'm scared, I'm scared, I'm scared.
Should I go back up?
I think I'm gonna go back up. Just to see what happens.
Said Stanley. I know what to do. I know how to fully express this feeling in my heart. He decided right then and there that he would hold a press conference where he would speak to the public on all matters relating to pressing the number 3
Great idea,
over
great
and
idea.
over. He would elaborate fully on what the number 3 meant to him and why he felt
Was
so
that a dude?
alive when pressing it.
Did you see that? Was that a
Then
dude?
the bucket would be able to see his joy through the eyes of others. It would get to see the
What the
world
fuck?
react to this discovery.
There was a
of
dude!
Stanley's. And it would be through the public eye that the bucket would finally understand Stanley's work.
That was straight
For
up a
months,
dude.
he advertised and marketed his press conference, building excitement around it, developing and rehearsing it, until it couldn't be refined a single measure further. When the
guy
big
who
day
went to
arrived,
Mars.
Stanley was as prepared as he'd ever been for anything in his life.
A conversation with Alexander the Great.
3.
This was it.
My dressing
One last chance to win the bucket over. One
This has to work.
opportunity to share a true connection with a loved one.
This has to work. We have to get on the
There
same
was
page
no
as the
one
bucket.
here. Nobody had come to the press conference to hear Stanley speak, to listen to him talk about what it really means to press the number 3 on a keypad over and over. He was unloved, uninteresting, he was a failure, and in that moment Stanley knew that the bucket would never again take him seriously. There would be no connection, no deeper understanding. The bucket merely sat there in his arms, indifferent. And so it began that slowly, over many years, the two of them grew more and more distant. They spoke less and less, neither wishing to state the obvious, that any sense of real respect between them had eroded since that day at the press conference. There would be no more games, no more long conversations about passion and pursuit, only a silence that consumed the space between friends. And Stanley, having for once in his life discovered the warmth and comfort of true companionship, was cast back into the unremarkable normalcy of loneliness.
This is so sad.
Okay, so
All
now
of
we
his
have to do it
co-workers
without the
were
bucket.
gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps
I didn't
he had
realize
simply
there was
missed
an
a memo.
ending where they had such a complicated relationship.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to
The
his
divorce?
boss's office.
The bucket and Stanley got divorced. This is so sad.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk.
Hey, look, it's the
That
ceiling.
kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
Yes.
The video game ending? Yeah, no, we did that first, actually, because that was the first ending I did when I first played Stanley Parable back in 2013.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
Which, like, you can't beat the Portal Minecraft ending. No offense. I mean, this one had a great ending, but also you can't beat the Portal Minecraft ending. There's no way. But with the bucket, you actually can't get back to it with the bucket. It's a different ending entirely.
Whoops. Nope. Never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me. Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Well, that's a great question. I just can't wait to find out.
I can't either.
Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated.
Yes!
It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have. An incisive rapid fire of
Should I
critical
press 3,
plot
3, 3,
points,
3?
one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative. Wow! I'm bolted to the edge of my seat.
Okay. I guess we go back down and back up again.
Swoosh.
Incredible. Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down again. Ladies and gentlemen, how does he keep coming up with all of this?
He's mad. He's angry.
Surely this time Stanley will walk forward into the spooky corridor, won't he?
Beep.
Did you think we were going to go forward down the spooky corridor? No. It's time once again to go back up in the elevator. I can't even begin to grapple with what might be up there.
Me
Is it the
neither.
boss's office again? Or what if it's the boss's office this time? The suspense is killing me.
What was up with the dude? I'm still thinking about how there was just a dude there. There was just a guy. It's so scary.
Oh my god. It's the boss's office. This absolutely changes everything for me. Give me a timeout here for a minute while I process this. Okay, I'm ready. I'm prepared to embrace this stunning revelation and to move forward with... No, wait. No, I need more time to process. All right, I have fully come to terms with it. I have made space in my worldview for this astonishing new reality. As before, I turn to your expert eye for gripping narrative, Master Stanley.
Okay, let's go down the elevator.
Of course, going back down in the elevator. How did I not anticipate it? I mean, sure, now it's obvious, but you have to understand that 30 seconds ago, this kind of thing had never been attempted before.
Right.
I had no frame of reference to even anticipate it. That's just how revelatory Stanley's decision-making is. A breath of fresh air in a landscape of storytelling that has grown stale and repetitive.
Beep.
He's not even gonna say anything now. He's just mad at me.
You know what? I've just thought of something. Hold on, let's stop for a moment.
Okay.
Don't you realize? It's the anticipation, Stanley. You and I, we have no way of knowing what will be at the top of this elevator.
That's
but
true.
The suspense, the agony of waiting and anticipating and having to guess, that's the real thrill. Oh, I simply don't want to let that feeling go. It's so precious, so fleeting. Why don't we take this elevator ride nice and slow?
Sure. Let's take it nice and slow.
There we go. Isn't this so much more exciting? You know,
It
Stanley,
is.
it seems like nowadays the only thing that audiences want is to be shocked as loudly and frequently as possible. They want big, explosive moments flung right in their faces from the very moment that things get started. But where's the tension? Where's the trust in the audience to build a slow and nuanced appreciation for the story, the characters? Why aren't we given time to imagine the surprises, to have to think and to anticipate and then to marvel at the eventual reveal? This is storytelling, Stanley. What you and I are doing right now. This is the most exciting narrative to be developed in years. And it's really all because of you. You're the one who took this bold step of revisiting the exact same locations over and over. Truly,
Thank you, Cleaver,
I mean
for the raid with
unique
the party
and
of
different.
6.
It's not like anything else out there. You see, I want stories that surprise me, Stanley. I want to have to think. I want to be engaged and not pandered to. We're being fed such unimaginative drivel all the time, and we all know it, which is why we're so starved for content that makes us feel sharp and vital and alive. That's why people like you so much, Stanley. Because you're not afraid to spit in the face of tradition. You're a role model, you know? People look up to you.
Oh, okay.
Which is why... Oh, I didn't know when to spring this on you, but, well, I've gathered a little press conference for you. So that you can talk about your work and your storytelling and your life. Yes, I know you're not much for the public eye, but I thought it would especially mean a lot to the people who have been following you from the beginning. They really look up to you, Stanley. I don't know if you realize the impact you have on them. This is the kind of gesture that might leave a tremendous impact on them for the better. Oh, good, we're here.
All right, let's do this.
Okay, the room where we're holding the press conference should be just around the corner here somewhere.
All eyes on Stanley. Am I going to talk about the number 3
yes,
again?
Here it is, just through this door. All right, are you ready? I've told them you're going to speak a little bit about the nature of surprise in storytelling and what it means to craft a truly unpredictable narrative. Oh, don't worry. You'll do great. Just be yourself and speak from the heart. I'm really proud of you, Stanley. Okay, it looks like they're ready for you. Go get them.
Oh, I'm so excited. All right, here we go.
Yeah! Hello, everybody! Hi! Hello! Hang on a second, somebody threw a flash grenade at me. I can't see.
Oh?
All of his co-workers
I guess that's it.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the
Damn,
meeting
that was
room.
good.
Perhaps he had simply
Those
missed a
is-
memo.
Hey, straight up, good game. Good fucking game. I'm sure there's like some other like small things that we could suss out if we played for more time, but also we've been streaming for 5 hours and we did kind of do like the bulk of what this game has to offer. So I'm gonna go ahead and click quit and we're gonna do an art showcase. And we're gonna do a little art showcase to show off if anybody
did any art to do. Hang on, I fucking broke something. Okay.
We did basically everything? Okay, good to know. Good to know. I was hoping we didn't miss anything. That's literally everything? Cool. Well, that was a fun time. Ooh, we got art. We got art.
Ooh, we got good art. We got good art.
Hang on a second. Gotta get that window capture up.
Wow, that's really big. Tumblr.
All right, so the first piece is from Lopman, who drew me with a fucking bucket. I gotta make the screen bigger so you can see the whole thing.
Fucking bucket. Fucking bucket. I got fucking bucket.
That's at Lopman on Twitter. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I love this art so many.
And then, of course, we have... ooh, this is by Goopy Dumpy. This is so cool. This is so cool. Oh my god, there's so much detail here. This is amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. This is so... Wow. This is so wacky. I love it. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
So shiny.
So shiny.
And I think that's it. That's it for the new art. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you, everybody who drew fan art for the stream. Thank you for the very generous donations. And yeah, I will be back on Thursday, hopefully with some. Well, I don't know what I'm gonna do yet. I'll
discuss it with the Dollop Days Overlord Council and let them decide what the next course of action will be for the Dollop Days streaming experience.
Yeah, no, there was nothing on Boru. I checked the Boru, and people. I think that generally people don't upload to the Boru anymore. It like hasn't updated in a while, and I mean like it has updated, but it updates very, very, very slowly. So, I think most people are kind of like not really using it that much, which is fine. It's totally fine. And so, but I still check. I'm still gonna check as often as I can. The raid phrases, yeah, I'm dunny with the funny. That's our raid phrase. So if you want to copy paste this raid phrase into the chat of whoever we end up raiding, thank you so much for coming to the stream, everybody. I hope you all had a good time. Stanley Parable is like one of my favorite games ever, so I'm really glad I got to experience this with y'all. And it was really fun. It was really fun and really good.
And I had a great time, okay? I hate to say it, but I had a really good time playing a hit game of Stanley Parable with you.
So yeah, we'll do some fun shit on Thursday. We'll see what's going on. Until then, everybody have a great night.
Goodbye. Wait a minute, I gotta make sure the credits aren't busted because they're always busted and I never want them to be busted, but they're always scuffed and busted and exploded. And I don't want that to be the case this time. I want to plan ahead. See, look, see how good the credits are? They work this time. Oh, but I forgot to turn on the music here.